Yeah, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Commissioner Ponce?
Present.
Commissioner Montalvo?
Here.
Commissioner Alonso Carmona?
Here.
Commissioner Luis Salamanca? Here. Commissioner Gregory Woodall? Here. All present.
We do have a quorum. Pledge of allegiance and salute the Texas flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one nation.
Testimonial oath of presenters, please be advised if you are here to present today that you are under oath. 1.5 public comments. 1.6 approval of minutes, special meeting October 28, 2025. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor? Any opposition? Motion carries. 1.7 approval of minutes, special meeting October 31st, 2025.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Rubalcaba. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 1.8 approval of meeting November 10th, 2025.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Talamontes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 2.1, informational to inform the court of new CDL driver and change in main supervisor position for 3 and 6.
Just to inform the board that we have a change in supervisor position. I think all of you guys have met him at this point, and we hired a new CDL driver.
Motion.
There's no motion, it's information.
Thank you.
3.1, approval of bonds.
No boss.
3.2, discussion and appropriate action, approval of office closure on 12/12/25 after lunch for training at the tax assessor collector's office.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Rubalcaba. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Alvarez. 3.3, discussion and appropriate action, approval to use the old fairgrounds on October 23rd for the 25th South Texas Heroes. Is there anybody here?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Rubalcaba,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena.
Is this retroactive, right?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, can we come back up to Ms. Sandoval, the,
Give me 1 second, Commissioner. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. I'm gonna open 3.2 back on, is that your motion to open 3.2? Do I have a second to open 3.2? Second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor to open
Aye.
3.2?
hi, I'm so sorry, I had a few questions, I was getting prepared as we're coming through here. So you have a training on the 12th,
Yes, it's an office training.
an office training?
In-office training.
So are you gonna be closed all day?
No,
You're gonna be closed
just
all day?
after lunch.
Oh, okay, so then
Yes.
you'll be open from 8
8
to
to
12, and then after lunch you're gonna be there,
Yes.
but have a training. Okay, that was the only question I had.
Okay.
I just didn't know if you were gonna do like the morning and
Good
the,
morning.
No, we'll be open in the morning, 8 to 12, and then we'll
So for
close.
the-
And then we'll post a sign to let the customers know.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No,
It's a good way to start the morning, Commissioner. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Motion to approve.
It already was approved. She just wanted to open it back up for questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
3.4, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from JP Precinct 1, Ms. Sonia Guerrero Perez for the month of October 2025.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge. I woke everybody up.
You sure did.
Everything up running good in your office?
So far, yes.
How's the scanner working for you?
I know that it goes out at times, at least I could probably answer that better than I can. But the IT does respond to us and comes and helps us out as quickly as possible.
I know that they were saying that we're thinking it's like a connection issue. It's kind of like what's happening, but hopefully we can try to bridge that gap to get that guys
Yes.
done.
Any other questions?
Motion.
I entertain a motion. I have a motion by Commissioner Odena.
Second. And she can get him
Who's my second? Second.
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries.
I just wanted to circle back from the last time I was in Commissioner's Court in reference to iTech and Southern Software, I believe. I know that they have been in communication and have been testing. So I know that there is some working on it. They have been working on it. I've been receiving emails that they have been in contact. So I'm hoping that this issue will get resolved as soon as possible. So I haven't heard anything from Don, but I know that they are in communications.
Yes.
And the other thing was I wanted to let the Commissioners Court know that Judge Esquivel and I were able to hand out at least 50 Thanksgiving baskets this year. We gave some to the women's shelter, we gave some to the Kids Are First, to different families in all the precincts. So many individuals that were in need. So I just wanted to thank y'all for the support and allowing us to be able to help our community. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
3.5, discussion and appropriate.
Question. On 3.3, there was a typo. It's supposed to be 2026.
Thank you. 3.5, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from JP Precinct 2, Ms. Roberto Esquivel for the month of October 2025.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge. Is everything up and running good in your office?
We got the new scanner in and it seems to be working good. A little kink here and there, but it's working.
Usually with new softwares and stuff like that, it kind of takes a little bit just to get into the motion and set it, but whenever y'all guys need help, don't hesitate to give us a call.
Any other questions? I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Ms. McDaniel, on 3.3, there is a correction. It should be to utilize the facilities on the October 23rd through the 25th of 2026. It is not retroactive. In fact, the request was supposed to be for next year. 3.6, discussion and appropriate. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
3.6, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from JP Precinct 3, Ms. Leticia Hernandez for the month of October 2025. Morning, Judge.
Motion.
I know that we're working on the door system for you and the card readers out there at the courthouse. I know that we made some way on it, so that should be getting done here pretty soon. If you don't see it done probably like in the next month or so, reach back out to me so we can make sure that we get that taken care of. But I know that the supervisor and IT are both working on it, so it looks like we are making some way on that. Other than that, everything up and running good at your office?
Motion to approve.
Any other questions of Judge Hernandez? I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Judge. 3.7, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from JP Precinct 4, Mr. Alfredo Martinez for the month of October 2025. Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor, Commissioners.
Morning.
Is everything up and running okay in your office?
Everything's running smoothly. Yes, ma'am.
Questions of Judge Martinez?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3 point, excuse me,
I said thank you.
no, he has the next one.
Next line now.
He can't leave too fast, right, Judge?
Yeah.
3.8, discussion and appropriate action approval for JP for Alfredo Martinez to attend the TJCTC Justice of the Peace 20-hour conference in January 2026, in Corpus Christi.
Motion.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona and a second by Commissioner Noguera. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
3.9, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from our district clerk, Ms. Marisela Gonzalez, for the month of October 2025.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning.
Questions of Ms. Gonzalez? If there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
So,
Motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
3.10, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from County Clerk, Ms. Claudia McDaniel, for the month of October 2025. Any questions of Ms. McDaniel?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Uranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.11, discussion and appropriate action, allow county clerk's office to close vital department only all day on Thursday, December 11th, and half day on Friday, December 12th, so that County Clerk Claudia McDaniel, Deputy Clerk Maricel Munoz, Jenny Campos, and Vanessa Rosas to participate in the 2025 Vital Statistics Annual Conference webinar.
This would be the same as Ms. Sandoval, on the same dates, or is it a different training?
And it's a different training.
Because I noticed the dates were the same.
Ms. Sandoval is on Friday only, but Mrs. McDaniel's is Thursday and Friday.
What vital departments?
The vital departments are like your birth certificates, your death certificates.
Oh, okay, okay.
so
Motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Sorry.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.12, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from Dimmit County Assistant Fire Chief Mr. Torres for the month of October 2025. Will he be joining us, Commissioner Carmona, do you know?
He was, man, but this time, I guess, motion to.
Well, there's any question?
Motion,
Yeah, I was gonna
motion
say-
to table.
Question, we can approve.
That's your position.
I do think that we need to start considering that for every now and then because it takes a lot sometimes. I know they get pretty busy throughout the day. I feel like if we have questions, then we can table it, but if we don't have any questions, we can prove it. But I don't want to rock the boat on how you guys go about it. I would just say that if we do it this time, we have to consider doing it next time for any other officials.
I think the premise was to have the persons that are reporting for it to be present for accountability purposes, regardless if there's questions or not.
I'll make a motion to table.
Thank you, Commissioner Carmona. Is there a second?
I'll second his motion.
Second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank
Yes, I'm
you.
the only one voting.
3.13, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from Victory Ambulance for the months of August and October 2025.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
In August, we had a total of 242 calls. The breakdown was 62 in the city and 63 in the county. And in October, we had a total of 218 calls. We had 105 in the city and 58 in the county.
Are all your 911 units up and running?
3 out of 5 now that we have. Out of the five items in the street that we have, 3 are operational right now.
The numbers, I know that when we first started off, it was the county and then it kind of went evened out, and then now it's looking like it's coming more to the city. Does that have anything to do like with the holidays and like the events that are coming up?
Sometimes it does, yes ma'am. Yes ma'am. Sometimes that plays a big variable.
Other questions of Mr. Olivares?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamontes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
One
opposition?
question.
Yeah.
Are the other two going to be up and running?
I'm hoping so, ma'am. I know that they're being worked on. I don't know if they're waiting on specific parts to come in, but I believe it's an engine issue.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Olivares.
Thank you. Y'all have a happy Thanksgiving.
Likewise. I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona to open 3.1 back for discussion of appropriate action. Mr. Torres has arrived. The monthly report for Dimmit County Assistant Fire Chief. Is there a second to open? Second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
3.12, discussion of appropriate action, monthly report from Dimmit County Assistant Fire Chief, Mr. David Torres, for the month of October 2025.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Apologize for the lateness.
We don't have your report, so,
We don't have a report for you.
For
There are attachments on the side.
The what?
They were on the side.
Anyway.
Okay, as you can see, for the month of October, we did have a total of 12 calls. We did have a few grass fires, a few vehicle fires, and a structure fire as well. And a rollover accident on 85 and 1407. And then the second portion of my report, as you can see, presented the report for October 2024 till September 2025. We had a total of 114 calls. 2 being structures, 13 being vehicle fires, 57 being grass fires, 7 oil field fires, 14 accidents that we responded to, 4 electrical calls that we responded to, 2 fuel spills, and 2 reported gas leaks.
Mr. Torres, on October 2nd, 2025, Castelo Road, Farm Road 176, motor grader fire. What's motor grader fire?
A maintainer, ma'am. I believe it was a piece of equipment, heavy equipment.
It caught on fire?
Yes, ma'am. As the operator was blading, the spotter was behind me in contact with the rear axle caught on fire.
He's okay.
They contacted the fire department, they responded immediately.
Was there damage to the motor grader?
Minor, but it's out of service at the time. We're borrowing the one in the insurance company.
Other questions?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera.
I have one question before, I know like with Thanksgiving coming up, the there's a lot of like deep fried turkeys. Is there anything that you do like as preventative information for that to look forward to?
For deep fried turkey, just make sure that you do, if you are gonna be doing that, do it in a well-ventilated place, do it away from any nearby of the homes. Also, do not try to deep fry a frozen turkey.
Yeah. Do you guys like providing that? Like, I'm just looking for something.
Usually,
to share.
we send out, do a social media page, we do send out the fire safety before Thanksgiving via our Facebook page.
Commissioner, if you let me know so I could just share that. I've just seen other fire departments from other areas.
They
Yeah.
posted it, man, on every year.
I don't know, I was thinking so that way I could share it.
Well,
Yes, sir.
Just smoke it, so fry.
No, we are, but like I see other volunteer fire departments that they did like this instructional thing where like they show like the actual process, which I thought was pretty cool. Not saying for us to do it, but I wanted to see like on our end, what did we do as far as that. But whenever you guys do post it, just let me know so I can go ahead and share it.
Yes, sir, of course, yes.
we try to serve that turkey.
I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries.
Thank you, have a safe, happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. 3.14, discussion and appropriate action, approval for FCH Agent Carissa Munoz and Alyssa Cruz to attend the District 12 Law Faculty Conference December 9th and 10th in West Laco, Texas.
Good morning. Commissioner Talamantes, our AgriLife Poultry Department posts things about.
Do they?
When to thaw your turkey, frying your turkey, they post all that information, so.
I'm gonna go look for it today. I've been trying to get my social medias kind of up and going a little bit. I've been neglecting it, so whatever you guys post, I can go and share. I appreciate that.
Any questions of
Motion to
Mrs.
read.
Cruz or Mrs.?
Motion to approve. I was gonna say motion to repair.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona, and I have a second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, ladies.
And have a good Thanksgiving.
3.15, discussion and appropriate action, approval of interlocal agreement between the Nueces River Authority and Dimmit County Grants and Planning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I was approached by the Nueces River Authority, informing me a couple of weeks ago that they had gotten a grant awarded to them for the region, and they just wanted to see if Dimmit County would be willing to pay the part for us to update our river plans. Apparently, they've been very outdated. They're very prehistoric. So I have this gentleman here who's going to give you guys more information to see if that's something you guys would consider.
Commission to approach the PASA.
Do you know how long it's been since these maps have been updated, Selena? Is there a reason for?
I know that, I can do
Thank you. Travis Krusky with the Nueces River Authority, Chief Operations Officer. So thank y'all for having me here today. So the Nueces River Authority was tasked with a regional flood planning group a few years ago. If you look at a map, there's 31 counties that the Nueces River Authority represents. When we started this flood planning process a few years ago, the first thing we realized is most of the county's maps are severely outdated. Y'all's last FEMA update was in 2007, and that's 20 years ago, but that was just the river Green, so the Nueces River Basin was the only portion of the county that was done. The rest of the county was, the last actual modeling done was about 40 years ago. So we would like to see if you guys want to participate in a grant that we were awarded through the Texas Water Development Board. It was a 75% grant, and it's a 25% local match. The county is not required. This is an option for you guys to participate. And what that would do is we would, there's 3 pieces to this puzzle. One, we would remap the entire county down to the 6-inch model, the entire basin of the county, and then do the watershed models as it comes through the basin. One of the important reasons for that is you have roughly 1,000 people who live inside of the 100-year floodplain, and we want to make sure that information is correct and give the right information for your community to make those decisions. So that's a little over 16% of your population lives inside of these flood areas. Also, those maps will be used by TxDOT when they make their road improvements, so they don't back water up in places. They have to use these new updated maps. And then we also are looking at developing a regional-wide early warning system but we need the map, we need the information to how do we properly do that. And so there would be multiple county early warning system. And then the last pieces is our look at our low water. You have 7 low water crossings in the county, and then more importantly, you have 58 high hazard dams. What that means is those are dams that are on creek sheds north of populated areas that are holding back water during the rain events. And we want to inspect them to make sure that they are safe for if they do have a heavy rain event. You don't want those dams to fail and that water to come down and actually go above your 100-year floodplain, those types of things. Most of those dams were built in the 40s and 50s. So the cost of the projects are the total thing we're going after, received the award for was about $30 million. The Dimmit County was about $1.6 million, but it's 25% your portion of the local pay, so that's $380,000. But we have the Noise Service Authority received a 10-year zero interest loan to pay back that local match, so the county doesn't have to pay that $300,000 up front. They can make 10-year payments of $38,000 over the next 10 years to the River Authority to cover that local match for those grants. So I gave you guys a lot of information. Please ask questions, and I'll hope to help you the best I can.
How soon do we need to get with the local agreement with this?
We would need to do it around by the January. We wanted to bring it to you now so y'all can hopefully start looking at making that decision. We have already been awarded. We are looking to start in March of 26, so we'll be starting this spring. We need to know around January who's going to participate and which counties are going to be in or out on that. We have roughly 20 counties have already approved it, and we're working on the last few to get through commissioners' courts and those types of things. We only had 2 counties that did not wish to participate in the project.
Is this the first time I hear about this? So
Yes, ma'am.
More time to revisit with this.
Absolutely.
I know that you said 40 years, and you said there was mass revised in 2007, and then you said something about 40 years, but I kind of missed that little spot.
So the last FEMA revised map, so if you look on the backside, you can see this is y'all's last FEMA flood map. The revised was only the blue areas, that's the river beam areas, so that they didn't do a county-wide flood mapping update, they only did where the rivers and the creeks flow. So you can kind of see that blue area, so your populated areas aren't most of your populated area isn't in there, so we wanted to update that. The actual last county-wide modeling was done in '87, so that was over 40 years ago. And of course, the technology is much better, so we believe with the new mapping technology, it's going to give you guys a much better true picture of what y'all's flood map can look like. One of the great things about this new process is that, so those were all done so long ago, you can't do anything with that information, you can't update it, is you're going to be given of course, your paper maps, PDF maps, all those types of things, but you're going to give a local flood modeling map that then it's easy to update as the county chooses to do that moving forward. It's not a paper document that you can't really redo the modeling anymore. So it's a really good way for y'all to always protect yourself down in the future.
And then you said that 60% of the population lives within the flooded areas. And then taking into that consideration, it was county areas, I'm assuming like this is a subdivision in areas like that, or is it like all through, like even inside?
Inside cities, outside, inside of your colonias, all over the region. It's spread out, but it's 993 people are currently inside that 100-year flood.
And then I had just 2 more questions. You said that the TxDOT would use also these maps to be able to construct the roads, I'm assuming? So like.
Yes, so right now, TxDOT is using current FEMA maps.
Okay.
And those types of things when they do their modeling is once we do this, you guys will approve these as the new county maps, and then we'll also give that to the state agencies, all of them. So when they make new improvements, they have to use this new modeling that's going to have a better effect. So sometimes when they build the roads up and things like that, some water gets pushed back into areas that it wouldn't have because the models don't show that existingly. So we want to make sure that they are making the best decisions going forward, and all other state agencies, including your Rural Commission, what they do with their oil field wells and all those types of things, is this will be the new state who's going to be using these new models and maps for anything that they do also are approved.
This might not be even anything in relation to, people ask the question either way. When you're heading to Biggles, TxDOT just constructed that road, and when it rains, that curve, the water kind of pulls on into the road, and it's kind of like a flood area right there. Would that been provided to them so that way they could have, or is it just like where the.
This would help them to make the new decisions when they make improvements. They can make better decisions because they have better information.
Okay. But like, it would even go as far, like, because I don't think there's any the Nueces, but there's no other like water source like running around there, but areas like that, if there's no river running next to it or anything like that, it would still take those areas into consideration.
Yes, because we would do the
right?
entire county, yes.
Okay. And then I think the last question that I had was the 25% match. What was it actually that the county would have to contribute?
So the total match is 382,000. If you look here on the
I have a question for you, because you have on here, Dimmit County required match, but on the bottom you have Kennedy County. And then where it has the county judge, you have, the Honorable Charles Burns. I know Mr. Burns, but I'm not Mr. Burns. So is
Oh,
this
the
ours?
local, okay, I'm sorry, that was a draft in our local, we can have that updated.
And on
obviously.
the match, you have Kennedy County though, not Dimmit County. So is it a amount reflected there, the actual
It's
amount?
38,000 on this form. We could update that in our local for you. I
I know, but
apologize.
I'm talking about Exhibit A. On Exhibit A, you have Kennedy County match.
Oh, those are the right numbers. It's just, we didn't change the Kennedy County.
So it should reflect Dimmit County?
Yeah, it will read, like Dimmit County, but the numbers are correct.
On Exhibit.
I have one question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
My question is, you were mentioning TechDOT will be using this program to upgrade their work or to utilize it during the work. So if an agency or government entity doesn't agree or get involved with this, are they still gonna have access once it goes through, or how does that work?
Well, so we're doing a water modeling across the whole region, but we're not doing that. Most of the money you're spending, that is for that 6-inch mapping of the county. If you guys choose not to do it, we're just gonna do the water flowing over the county. We can't go to that detail for Dimmit County, so no, we wouldn't be able to update those maps. We would still show how the water flows over the county. We'd still be working on our early warning system regardless of if you're in or out. We'll be working on that, but I can't do that 6-inch detail modeling for Dimmit County unless you choose to participate. That's about 95% of the money is for that.
Would it also take into consideration, like, would it be a mapping of like all county roads for Dimmit County?
Yeah, so if you look at the back area, it will show you everything, the 6 inches down to everything. I believe there's one small portion to the southwest that's not inside the Nueces Basin, that's in the Rio Grande Basin. If you look at your map, that's not highlighted. But it would show all county show all county roads, all residential structures, all non-residential structures, barns, everything would be shown in our basin.
When's the last time that we updated our maps for our county roads? Because this kind of sounds like it's an issue for, do we know that, do we have that information, Judge?
It's not for the county roads. it's
Yeah,
for-
this is for the rivers.
I
So
know,
it's
but I
gonna-
asked him if it would also.
It would show all the
It's
county
not
roads would show up on our map, so y'all could then, it would be a GIS form, so it would be easy for y'all to pull out county road information off of this program, because all county roads, city roads, private roads will all be shown because it all affects the water flow.
That's what I was asking, like, it sounds like a 2-for-1, so we would also get for the flood, but it will also provide us a list of all the county roads that are out.
It would have them all mapped, yes, and then it's called the GIS, is the formatting program, and then the county could use that information any way they can. But all county roads have to be accounted for, we have to show how the water flows across all roads.
May I just
Go ahead, Commissioner.
You mentioned that, the dams that are, I got a question, for example, Lake Espantosa, do you all assist in repairing those dams, or what is the portion of?
So we don't repair the dam, but we would do the inspection and work with the Army Corps of Engineers and the Land Bureau. Those are the two agencies that do the dams, but we would do the inspections to say, hey, you need to take a look at this dam, and working with those agencies.
I know that dam is pretty bad. It's
Yes.
survivable at that time, but my question I guess is, if it needs repaired, then you call the Army Corps of Engineers, who does the repair on that? Would the county be responsible, or the water district board to take care of that?
So the Nueces River Authority, we can't do the repairs ourselves. That's the Land Bureau and the Army Corps of Engineers would do that. What we would do is work with them on that, give them that information, so they would hopefully prioritize them to get them repaired. But if they don't know, they're not even on their radar.
The reason I'm asking because, if the county participates, I'm looking forward to it, but for the, out of those 382,000, you know, it's for the mapping and the design and all that. But who would take care of that?
Well, that's what we would do. is
Would
we
that
would
come
turn-
through a grant, or
Yeah, we would
how
help.
would it come?
We could look like for grants
Financially.
through the Army Corps of Engineers and those things for that, but until you have the information to, with that inspection, you can't do anything, or they don't even know, they're not gonna prioritize it if they don't have any of that work done. The first step is you gotta figure out what the problem is, or how many are a problem. May only be one, or maybe zero, but until you know that information, we can't do anything to help fix them. But it would be, all that would rely on the Army Corps of Engineers and the Land Bureau.
So this interlocal agreement, what is it technically, are we agreeing to, cover, or are we just going to go into an agreement to say that we're gonna work towards this?
No, the interlocal agreement is dictating that we are going to agree to pay the $382,000.
Correct.
And it won't increase if those other two counties don't participate.
No, there will be, that's the set price for Dimmit County, regardless if the other 10 do or do not participate. Again, 95% of that cost is the actual 6-inch modeling of the whole county. So that's what you're paying for through the majority of it. There's some of the money goes to some of the modeling and other things, but there's enough to cover everybody's to do that project.
I have a question. Will the survey also include information on where we have to remove obstructions in the Nueces River currently? Because if you looked at the flooding in Kerrville, you had all that, wood. And right now we can't use the actual park at the Nueces going to Biblos or to Ashton because it's so cluttered with debris. And if there was a fire rescue, the fire department had to get into it with their boat, they couldn't get in. So, and are there any additional fundings or grants that would help clean it, because nobody maintains that riverbed?
So, yes, I mean, you're gonna give yourself ability to then go after grant funds to do this. So what the end goal is, we would look at all the flooding issues inside the county, and then we would put those in the state flood plan also. So we would develop probably 10, 15 projects here to improve the county. Then we go roll into the state flood plan, and then you can help coordinate how y'all go after funding to make those improvements, things like that.
So there's a lot more funding, but this will be the first step for us to be able to be eligible for the rest of the funding.
You need to get projects in the state flood plan before you're eligible for funding for those flood projects.
I do know where Mr. Gonzalez was going with the noises, I'm completely wonderful there with her business. I do maintain the area, I keep the grass cut and everything like that, I work with TechStot to do that. The only thing that we don't cover is like anything inside the water. Obviously, we can't go in there and cut nothing, but we do try to maintain it the best that we can.
But we need to clear the edges of the riverbed, and, because that, you can't even, if somebody wanted to go fishing with water there, they can't even cast the lures in there because the trees are too high and there's debris, there's no boat ramp, there's no nothing. And, if we have a severe flood, how are we going to get in there to rescue somebody or find somebody if we can't get through the debris?
I have a motion to table the item by Commissioner Noguera. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Uranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Look forward to coming back.
Thank you. 3.16, entertain a motion to table the item. I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona.
We're tabling this over here?
Yes, the individuals, I think they have an emergency. Do I have a second, Commissioner Uranda?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Uranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you. 3.17, discussion and appropriate action, cancellation and rescinding of the bids of NHSDC Inc. without penalty on the following property, ID numbers 19368, 10966, 13051, 13348, Neighborhood Housing Services in Dimmit County. Morning, Mr. Estrada.
Morning, Judge, Commissioner, County Commissioner.
Good morning.
When the gentleman said 1987, I said, man, I'm old. I was here in 1987, so. I'm here to ask that the court forgive us on the bid that we submitted Michael dead. Michael's my son-in-law. And he came down with cancer on his, one of his kidneys. And they found some spots on his pancreas. So right now, our biggest concern is health and well-being. And I'm asking that Commissioners Court, if they can, without penalty, rescind the bids on 193.68, 109.66, 130.51, and 133.48. I really would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada.
Thank you.
Questions?
Good morning, sir. I'm Carlos Arce. I represent the county, Purdue Brandon, for the delinquent property taxes. Just to kind of introduce myself, just 'cause I know we've been trying to ascertain exactly what the intentions were. Were you guys, I don't know, I guess this would go into discussion.
I'm gonna, do you need me to request a table so you can have more time to talk to him, or?
Well, I
Is
would
it a
love
decision?
for, just to kind of confirm, I don't know if NHS is interested in the properties and just not
He's
at
saying
those
no.
amounts? Not at all, okay, okay.
Are you,
You need us to have additional time? Yes, sir.
No, I'm here to answer any questions you all have.
I'll entertain a motion to cancel and rescind, the bids of NHS without penalty.
motion?
Motion by Commissioner Talamantes, I have a second by Commissioner Carmona, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Estrada.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada.
And our thoughts and prayers will be with your son-in-law, Mr. Estrada.
You can't hear you. 3.18, discussion of appropriate action, resolution to cast Dimmit County votes for Dimmit County Appraisal District Board of Directors, year term 26-27. Commissioners, as you are all aware of, we need to submit the voting that we casted. We have two nominations. We have Commissioner Alonso Carmona, we have Commissioner Jose Urenda, that we have nominated to be on the candidate board.
How do
And at this time, we have a total of 1,207 votes that Dimmit County is entitled to. And we would, at this time, request the court to submit the number of votes that they would like to have on the candidate representing the county.
Commissioner, I have a question. You were on this board,
Yes, sir.
and then you were on last,
Yes.
making sure, so.
So historically speaking, the county judge was on the board. When I came into office, that position was, Mr. Commissioner Carmona was in office for the 2-year term. And then after that, I took over for the 2-year term. I have advised the court that I was not requesting for the court to reappoint me regardless of whether they wanted to or not. I was not going to be asking to be put back on the board. So we had the nomination by Commissioner Rubalcaba to have Commissioner Alonso Carmona back on the candidate name, and then Commissioner Urenda nominated himself to be on the board. So we have two names that we have to allocate the votes to, so that we can submit our voting to the tax appraisal district. And as I mentioned earlier, it's 1,207 votes.
Each person?
No,
Or the whole entity is?
the whole entity. Dimmit County is entitled to 1,207 votes. So at this time, I'm asking this court to cast their votes either, as I would strongly recommend. At the end of the day, as I mentioned before, and I'll continue to represent to this court, that the most important goal here is that we have a seat at the table. Regardless of who the individual is, regardless of your position or your beliefs or whatever it is, I think that we would be doing an injustice if we fail to cast a number of votes and lose a seat at the table. As you all are aware, the way that the voting goes in the appraisal district, approximately 4 of the 5 members are from the school district. And that being said, the school district obviously has the biggest amount of votes that they can cast, and that's why you have, you know, the school district having the most amount of members on the board, Dimmit County coming in second, which is why we're able to have 1 member at the table. The other taxing entities also submit theirs. However, the school district and Dimmit County have the most votes, and this is why that way it's allocated 4 and then 1. So I would highly recommend and suggest to this court that we cast the entire 1,207 votes on 1 individual and not split it up, simply because if we do split it up to give each commissioner the votes, there may be a probability that the other entities may vote on the other individuals and we may not have a seat at the table, period.
I didn't bring that with me.
Yeah, I just have to submit one. You can go ahead and look at it if you want. That's the one I need to submit.
So you're recommending that we don't vote for anybody else outside of this board?
We've never done that. We've always casted all our votes for a Dimmit County member. It would defeat the purpose for us to cast our votes on any other member other than the 2 representatives of Dimmit County. Again, as I mentioned, our goal and the purpose of us casting our entire votes is because we want a seat at that table. Because if we don't have a seat at that table, then we won't be able to be of service to our constituents in which we represent at that board.
Or we're not limited to?
I mean, you can cast your vote personally on whichever 12 of these people you want. But historically speaking, Dimmit County has always casted their votes on the 2 people, or the person that we have representing Dimmit County.
How many years has Mr. Carmona served?
Mr. Carmona, how many years have you served? No, you've served more than 2 years, correct?
Yes. Maybe about 4 to 5,
About 8 years.
8 years. Can I ask what y'all's reasons for both wanting to serve? Like, what do you feel that you can bring to the table as
Well,
one?
it doesn't matter who serves. The only thing is, you want to do what's right for the constituents and attend the meetings. While I served there, and I guess I'm going to give you a reason, but I kept up with everything that was going on. So I hardly missed meetings, so I was updated with everything that was going on. I made the decision, spoke up for the community and the county, but my job is to make sure that when I was there, that I was doing the right thing for the county and the constituents.
I appreciate that. Brenda, do you have any?
Well,
Do you have a
Commissioner, to be honest with you, I was taking the opportunity to represent our board and to speak up for the people in our community, to try to be more involved when it comes to our appraisal district. As you've been here almost a year already, you've seen some of the things that translate through. Just keep our court informed of what we can do to better our system as far as the appraisal district.
And to me, it doesn't matter who you put, as long as they do their job, you know, they don't want to get run the road.
I would think that the information being front running for you this would be the main concern for this board, right? To be able sure that we keep updated and get all the information. I mean, that would be.
What was the first part of your comment? I didn't hear
Like
it.
us putting somebody on the board and having somebody on the board so that information can run this way as far as that board, right? They would be able to come and give information to the court here to tell us basically that, or is that not until? I've never done this process, I don't know how the voting goes or what it is, if they're supposed to report to us, give us anything, or how this process works. How does it benefit us as a board to have a person there? What are we benefiting from it?
The chief appraiser comes and reviews it on the changes. And then if there's any questions, the board member can help out.
explain,
Not give the directive and the orders, but they can give you additional information. It's not what you're looking for.
Just so you know, Commissioner, Ms. Sandoval is attending the meetings and partially involved.
Ms. Sandoval is a city member on the board, however, she's a non-voting member. So she attends the meetings. Obviously, she can't vote on decisions that are being made at the board, but she is a non-voting member. And Ms. Sandoval is,
Somebody not there?
no, she doesn't, her vote,
No, I'm
she's
a non-voting
Exactly,
member,
she's a
but I do,
She had,
whenever, the one thing I am going to stress is whichever one of you decide or whoever decides, the important thing is attend the meetings. I cannot even count how many times we've had to cancel meetings this year because there's not a quorum. And, you know, things need to be decided. As a board member, to answer some of your questions, as a board member, you decide on their budget. So yes, you know, make their decisions because it involves all the entities. So it is very important, like the judge says, to have a seat at that table. And you will be made aware of changes, of things. Like I said, I'm not a voting member, but I do speak my mind as well, just like, you know, Commissioner Carmona when he was there and the judge when she was there. Because things need to be corrected and they need to be made aware. So I bring it up to commissioners, to the judge, if I have any issues, and that way they can help as a board member. So yeah, it's very important, and you will be made aware of any changes, anything's going on. But like I said, I just cannot stress enough the importance of attending the meetings because, as a matter of fact, last week it got
a meeting
canceled.
last week and it got canceled because there was not a quorum.
There was not a quorum.
And it's difficult, and Ms. Sandoval can tell you, we started the meetings at noon, which I thought was a good idea because we're, for the most part, most of us are working at noon and we have the meetings at noon. Then the meetings got changed to the evening to accommodate another member on the board due to their working schedule and it conflicting. So the meetings got moved to the afternoon, and it feels like now that they're in the afternoon, we don't have a quorum at all, ever, to have those meetings, as far as I'm concerned. And so it's, at the end of the day, it's pivotal that we have a member of Dimmit County representing Dimmit County. For what it's worth, it's one vote, and as Ms. Sandoval said, let's say, for instance, that the board doesn't want to or wants to approve their budget, that whoever represents Dimmit County would cast their votes to or against, for or against that. So there's, you know, some decision making in having one person there to voice the concerns and be the representative of Dimmit County.
And it involves their budget, the vendors they get, software that they use, bids, you know, it's just like here.
Just like here?
Yeah, it's just like here.
I was just a little thrown off because I thought that each member up here had that amount of votes and we could divide it as much as we wanted to.
We're entitled to 1,207 votes as a whole. And then you have the list of all the individuals that are, like you have he represents the city of Big Walls. You have Noel who represents the city of Carrizo. He represents the water district. So you have different people on here that represent.
So how do we begin voting?
Whoever wants to take a bite at it.
Just one vote, and my vote goes to, that we nominate Mr. Alonso Carmona to the Appraisal District Board.
Judge, I'm gonna nominate myself.
Commissioner Uranda, you want to cast the votes on you? Okay. Commissioner Talamantes.
Do you help us?
We're voting as a whole, so majority.
Should we just use the ones? When are the meetings?
It depends, sometimes, typically,
5:30, right?
typically they're.
I'm gonna cast my votes for Commissioner Uranda.
We have Commissioner Uranda and Commissioner Talamantes casting, or wanting to cast the entire votes on Commissioner Uranda, and then we have Commissioner Rubalcaba and Commissioner Alonso Carmona, who are asking to cast the entire votes on Commissioner Alonso Carmona. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to cast all the votes on Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Rubalcaba.
Second. So you voted for Carmona?
No, I'm asking for a motion first, and we're gonna vote right now.
Oh, okay. I thought you took your vote for Carmona when you said that.
Second, Judge.
Second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So is she rescinding her vote?
No, I'm gonna keep my vote for Commissioner Uranda. I thought that she had said that she was gonna do it for.
That's what I'm saying, are you rescinding your vote because you had already nominated Mr. Carmona, you said him?
Yes, I do rescind it. Yes, ma'am.
She's rescinding her motion to nominate Commissioner Alonso Carmona. So we have Commissioner Rubalcaba with the motion, and we have a second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Did you rescind it, correct?
Yeah, I thought we, like, learning the voting process at this part.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Aye. Are you opposing?
I suppose.
Well, you voted for Commissioner
I know,
Uranda.
but I'm not opposed to it. I'm just,
Well, you don't, you have to either oppose, or you have to vote, or you abstain.
okay, I oppose. I can abstain. To me, I don't.
So if you abstain, then we have no votes.
Okay, well then I oppose.
So do I have a motion to appoint all the 1,207 votes on Commissioner Uranda? Motion by Commissioner Uranda,
Second.
second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. 3.19, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from county commissioners for the month of October 2025. We will start with Commissioner Precinct 1.
Judge, basically the two roads that have given us the most issues are Cascall Road and Signs Road. We're still encountering a lot of oil field traffic and stand truck hauling and water hauling as well. So we've been, that's one of the reasons why the engineer was out there on Cascall Road, because we're constantly blading and taking it creates a washboard effect with the traffic driving at an excessive amount of speed. It drives you faster and it causes them to do it's called a washboard effect. So you have to basically go in there, blade it off and sweep it. But we've been working on those two roads and then just shredding right of ways as well. Try to keep, as you see, Commissioner or Mr. Gomez's report, there's been a lot of grass fires, so we've been try to keep that as well in control.
Any questions of Precinct 1? Precinct 2?
Judge, we're working on right now on County Road 101, and that's between 1407 and 83. The main drag has been done by Chip and Seal several years ago. So with this scrap material they gave us, we started working on 1407 and 83. We have done 19 loads of belly dump of the wrap material, so we're about halfway. We worked on County Road 110. We did 30 loads of belly dump, and that was already fair. So it's passable now. And then on 1936, we did 8 loads of belly dumps, which I can't tell you how many tons of material. That is 179,000 pounds each load. But all that has been wrap material that we received from TxDOT, and it saved a lot of money to the county and the constituents. But now we're working as we ran out of material. We're cutting the grass on several of the county roads and keeping them maintained. But most of the county roads have been worked on and material has been placed on. And my guys, kudos to them, because for only 2 CDL drivers, they have done their job very well. And my maintainer operator and the other gentleman that assisted them with cutting the grass and all that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions of Commissioner Carmona?
No, I'd like to thank you for helping me out on with some grass cutting here in the area. I really do appreciate it.
No problem.
3 and 6?
I didn't get time to submit my report completely on me. I just didn't have time to get to this last week, which was a busy week for me.
We're going to table 3 and 6 report. Commissioner Rocco?
Table 4, 5, and 7.
Table 4, 5, and 7. Are there any other questions? I'll entertain a motion to approve precincts 1 and 2 and table 3 and 6. And 4, 5, and 7. Motion by Commissioner Noguera, second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carried. 3.20, discussion and appropriate action, update to decorate courthouse annex historical courthouse for Christmas festivities.
Judge, I placed this item on the agenda as we discussed in our previous meeting. We had a number of people showing interest in wanting to decorate the historical courthouse, and even if you could decorate this one as well, possible. But I just needed to bring it back up and see if we could make a decision or move forward with this, because after this week, we'll be in December, and I'd like to be able to do something for our community, for the youth, especially for the youth. They really enjoy the decorations. That's what it's all about.
Well, I thought we had made a decision on that, other than the county just not buying or we were gonna look into the funding for the ornaments and stuff like that, but I thought it was gonna go ahead to decorate the courthouse.
Right.
Without the county.
And
Then you were gonna look into
well,
it.
there's a lot of discussion on that, and so under Texas Attorney General opinion KP-0116. And it says, under section 381.004 of the local government code, the Commissioners Court may expend county funds on holiday lights and decorations on county buildings and facilities, to the extent that such expenditures serve public purpose specified in statute.
So we can.
Yes.
So you can't.
And it's for,
It-
just for clarification, Mrs. McDaniel, it is for, I spoke to the Attorney General's office last week, and it's, we call it, festival lights.
Exact, it's basically no religious.
Correct, we're not gonna say Christmas, it needs to be festival lights.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Just one more thing that, if I may, I'd like to clarify. Once when we purchase these items, I just wanted to know how can we go about storing them so that we can secure them and not, because I've heard a lot of comments about it in the past, people would buy it and then they got lost in the tree. I just wanted to see where can we store them, or who can we delegate to?
Well, if you're gonna do Christmas lights for the thing, they have an upgraded, instead of doing like the actual hanging down Christmas lights, which is gonna, yes, you're gonna have to figure out how to store them. They've now kind of came out with these block lights that get stored under the lip of the roof. And with those, you're able to change the colors. So even if you do install them, they're a year-round thing. So what you would be able to do is go through the computer and then change whatever color it was that you wanted. Now, there's different ones for different prices. There's ones with less quality, there's ones with better qualities. The only thing that I think that we should take into consideration, if we do consider those, because they would remove the storage fee from you and then give you the festival lights, is that y'all guys would have to probably get with Commissioner Carmona to see about like the breaker to see how much it can hold. I do know LED lights, but I think y'all guys conversating about that and seeing like what the unit can hold, that might benefit you, so if you don't have to do it, or not laser lights. So you can get just the laser lights, the projectors that project to the courthouse, and it's the same thing. You're not storing away countless strings of lights. Just a recommendation.
We had discussed possibly, like for example, getting together and starting like a Christmas tree throughout the yard where everyone could put their sign wishing the community a happy holidays, and then, decorating it a little bit. But then
Commissioner, in abundance of time, since Commissioner Carmona is in charge of courthouse maintenance, if you want to get with him and give him your ideas.
Yeah, I am, but I'm letting everybody know because then.
Well, everybody can go talk to Commissioner Carmona about their ideas.
To talk to him about their ideas.
So if you want to do a certain thing, he'll work with you to do your train and.
I'm just trying to see the process just because.
It's not, let's don't go into heavy up. The thing is, let's work together, let's get it done. And
Yeah, absolutely.
no more, let's get rid of this. So this.
I do love the idea though of creating a train, and I can help with that because we can get yard signs made at Walgreens. So if maybe we can meet, I don't know how we're gonna meet, if there's two or more of us, but maybe we can.
That's why I'm talking about it here, because that way we can get, in abundance of time, I don't care about time, I just want to get it done because we've talked about it every year and nothing gets done, so I'm here.
I know that nothing must be and nothing must be, let's stop this, okay? Let's don't start our heavy discussion. The thing that wasn't done before was because you were very well aware that the electric police were bad.
Okay.
Right, Judge? And that was my comment. So this is, we got it fixed, so now let's move on forward. No more bickering.
Nobody's bickering, Commissioner.
Just leave it there.
Taking it the wrong way.
No.
Did it get decorated last year?
No, because we got the thing.
Fine. Now I understand that.
From this day on.
I'm stating a fact.
Don't get upset, it's just.
So, Mr. Pizarro, we're allowed to buy the lights, and what else are we allowed to buy?
We're allowed to buy lights.
It's
Just the lights.
lights, Commissioner.
Just lights.
Yeah,
So we can like the
when I called Attorney Generals last week, they advised me that the county is allowed to do festival lights. Anything else additional that we would want to do would have to be either through a volunteer group or a donation to the county. And as I recall, if you recall, I mentioned the last time the tree in Uvalde, I don't know if y'all remember that 80-foot tree, that was donated by HEB to the county. So if anyone here on this court or any other elected official out there that has any rapport with any businesses, organizations that would like to donate, please forward them to any of the commissioners, and then we'll forward that to Commissioner Carmona, so that we can get the historical courthouse and the courthouse annex, at least to a place where it's festive for our constituents, our community, and more importantly, our youth and our children that are the ones that like to see the Christmas. I mean, everyone likes to see them, but in terms to answer your question, Commissioner Ocala, I guess, just like.
And if we can get some plywood, so anybody wants to get a plywood and make it into a sleigh or just a Christmas card, you're more than welcome.
Judge, I
Some
have a
lights up
question.
there.
I'm sorry, I have a question for you. Does this also include like the JP's office in Bigwells, because we're off of the highway?
If the JP wants to get lights, she can contact Mr. Pereira's office.
Okay, but like it's still, because it's still a courthouse, so it's still in the jurisdiction. My last question to you is, do you think that maybe like through the judge's office, then we can try sending out some letters? Because I know that you could send out for like support, maybe to secure a tree, if it doesn't happen for this year, hopefully for next year, and then we could start working on ornaments next year, but at least if we secure the tree and then work with storage placement, then we would set for next year.
Just who puts the mailbox?
The mailbox was the city of Carrizo, but they have it at the city park.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Talamontes. All in favor? Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.21, discussion and appropriate action, update on local agreement between CS ISD and county on assistance with maintenance equipment.
Judge, I'll place this item as well. I'm trying to figure out where we're at on that interlocal agreement. I've been going back and forth, as you may know. I've gone and visited with Ms. Hernandez. I've gone to the school district and visited with the superintendent, and nobody knows where the document is. So I feel that it's important that we get this document back to Commissioner's Court so we can review it and get it approved and move forward.
Can you please clarify on this, the equipment, what is this pertaining to? Because I thought we just did one.
So this interlocal agreement, Commissioner, was an agreement that was put together, I guess about 4 years ago, or maybe a little better, but it's basically somewhat similar to like the city where the school district and the county can help each other in needs of, the one or the other needs a specific piece of equipment. We can send the equipment with an operator to assist or in picking up trees, like when they were taking on all the trees, we had an interlocal agreement, we could go and assist them. Just things like that of that nature, where we're working together for the same community, for the same people.
Oh, the one that we approved was for the golf course, correct?
Yes, definitely.
Commissioner, in the ABC, it's been approved, I know we approved it before the previous years, so you can't get that copy?
We've looked everywhere, Commissioner.
And the school doesn't even have the copy? If it was signed, then...
The school claims that they brought it in for filing, but nobody can find it.
Miss,
I'm making it now, so I can go back and look.
yeah, because if it was approved through Commissioner's Court, there should be a copy at the county clerk's office. If it wasn't approved, if it was never brought to Commissioner's Court, then it's just the words it, but if it was approved.
It probably wouldn't have gone into official minutes until it had the signatures, and so if it was lost.
So the last time,
Just to check on the agendas, just to make sure it's there.
Commissioner Noguera, to clarify your position, Ms. Hernandez has looked, because Commissioner Urena said that this was approved 4 years ago. Obviously, that was before my time. She's looked in the computer system, and we don't see anything on the agenda that was even put on the agenda.
That's what I'm saying, because if it's
So-
not on the agenda, then it was never brought to
Approved.
Commissioner's Court.
Correct, and so from my distinct understanding, Ms. Hernandez looked back 4 years ago, and there was nothing in the minutes or in the agendas that Ms. Carmona had left behind that indicated that it was ever put on the agenda. Going back to what Commissioner Urena said, that he advised with the school, I would think that if the school signed it, they would keep a copy, correct? And then bring it back to us. I mean, because anytime we sign anything, I keep a copy and then forward it to where it needs to be. I don't know why the school district doesn't have a copy of it either. We've looked through all the contracts that were left and all the interlocal agreements that were left, before my term in office, and we have not found a interlocal agreement specifically for equipment for the county and the school district. We have found interlocal agreements with the school district and the golf course, but we have not found one that specifies the equipment as Commissioner Odena is requesting. So with that being said, we can allow Ms. McDaniel to look through her files at the clerk's office, but nonetheless, I think it would serve a better purpose for us to get one drafted so that we can make a new one and put it on the agenda to get approved.
So motion to table?
Motion to table by Commissioner Talamantes,
Pending the review.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Excuse me. 3.22, approval to move forward with lift station upgrades serving Sheriff's Office, Border Patrol, Rodeo Arena, and Sports Complex.
Just, I placed this item as well for the approval to move forward with the expenditure on the lift station. Just to give the court an update on that lift station. It was constructed back in the days when the Border Patrol station was built, and it served the Border Patrol station and the Sheriff Department at the time. Since then, they've added, or the county has added the Rodeo Arena, and now fixing to add the sport complex as well. So with the time that that station's been in service, there's been some maintenance issues that have been taking place, such as there's 2 motors and 2 pumps that serve that station. So we have to have both pumps and motors readily available. In case one goes down, the other one continues to flow. Right now, there's only one active motor and pump, and the slab is somewhat tilted. So there's a number of things that need to be upgraded within the station to be able to do its purpose for all 4 of our departments.
This lift station, this was a lift station that we were having in conversation with the city of Carrizo, correct?
The one at the park?
So we built it, or we got it built, I don't know if it was done by grants or if the county paid for it. And the city maintains it, or is this?
The city maintains
The
it.
city maintains-
Because the city has a license to maintain. You have to have a specific license to maintain that, and the city has that. So
It's because I do remember this item being on the interlocal agreement with the city of Carrizo and the county. And I know that was a topic, but I wasn't too sure like how in depth we got with it, because when we first reviewed it, it was like, well, we built it for y'all guys to be able to utilize it. So now we're saying that we would take it. The only thing that I'm worried on, I'm not saying no, is that if we maintain it this one time, we would create a pattern of always making sure that we maintain the lift station.
we're not maintaining the lift station. What we're doing is we're purchasing that, just for clarification purpose, that lift station, it only services Dimmit County. It's not servicing the city of Carrizo Springs. The city of Carrizo Springs has been gracious enough to maintain it for us because they carry the license that is required by law to maintain that lift station. So essentially, it's our obligation and our duty to make sure that we have a workable and operable lift station. And at this time, one of the lift stations is the one that's operable, the other one's pretty much about to fall apart. And what we're trying to do is purchase a new lift station and all the repairs that come with it so that we can be able to keep utilizing the facilities. Because what's happening is that we'll have, at that lift station, if you've gone there before, you've seen it, you'll see all kinds of trash. There's chanclas, there's inmate uniforms, there's, Border Patrol inmate uniforms that they go through there, that lift station. So if that lift station falls apart, then the sheriff's office currently, the Border Patrol station, and the arena will not be able to have the sewer that's needed to properly be operable. And then you have the ripple effect that then the sheriff's office won't be in compliance, the Border Patrol won't be in compliance because that lift station is not operable.
No.
So the city, your concern, I think is, you're confused because you're saying that we're maintaining it. Well, we have to maintain it because it's providing for us.
I just remember that it was a topic of discussion and it was something on both ends that we weren't being able to agree to. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we don't need to make these upgrades. What I'm trying to understand is why was this an issue or hesitation when we were first discussing and trying to sit down with the city of Carrizo? Like, I'm trying to kind of gain all the information again back. Like, what was hindering us from stopping and agreeing on this when we were having those discussions with them?
I don't think there was any.
There was nothing to do, because I remember it being in there, but I mean, I'm just trying to.
I think at the time, Commissioner, it was a concern to the city that they weren't sure who was going to come up with the money.
I think that was the issue.
Okay.
I think it's something similar that they want to create a building and the city of Carrizo. Now, I was asking Commissioner Lobitawa, the only thing I see here there's a quote for it, is this what it's gonna cost? 5,311 or?
The 5,311, Commissioner Carmona, is to.
So we don't have figures for.
No, there is, it should be on there. The 5,000 is for the motor, the rotating assembly. And then if you go over yonder, isn't there an additional one?
No,
This right here,
that's all I see.
this right here is what the city sent to put it on the safe zone right now. It's like I mentioned, there's only one pump and no
Well,
working.
this is what I need, the only quotation I see is
Yeah, that's it.
for the assembly, but there's no other paperwork of how much it's gonna.
No, the rest of it's not attached here because he said, when we met with Ramsey.
Yep, Ramsey
He
Custom.
said, this is the amount to put us on the safe side in case something goes wrong. Now, the rest of it, I'll put it together and then present it to Commissioner's Court.
Okay.
And just to let the court know, I'm not sure everybody knows, but Mr. Pereira, when we talked, when we were
Did the budget.
this expenditure for this lift station was allocated supposedly for the repairs to be and upgraded to be performed. So it's not like we're gonna go out and try to take money from somewhere else for this. I just want to let you know.
That was my only thing about the motor.
So the 5,000 is basically for the parts to just put us in compliance, but there's other upgrades that need to happen that we can visit later on.
You let us know.
And this would probably help us as well get in good faith to try to get that interlocal agreement done
Yeah, and in the interlocal agreement,
with the
I
city.
believe the lift station will be part of it, so everybody understands
How?
moving forward, who's gonna operate it and all that stuff.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamontes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.23, discussion of appropriate action, approval of donation of emergency supplies from Mankato to County Precinct 1.
Judge, I placed this on the agenda. There was several pallets, I think there's like 15 pallets of boxes of blankets and emergency supplies that was being, they were either going to donate or throw it away. So I felt like these blankets would be suitable for the wintertime coming in for your department to be able to, and whoever needs them, actually.
Are they new?
Yeah, they're wrapped in, they're all wrapped in plastic and sealed
Yeah.
boxes.
I think that means Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes. So I wanted to put it through Commissioner's Court so we could gain access to it, and then whoever needs them, as winter approaches or whenever y'all need them, they'll be accessible.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Talamontes.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
Second, but after I ask the question, since this is emergency donations, are we all, I mean, I know that we can use it, but we can't give it out,
No, we
right?
can't give it up, Commissioner. We can give them out during the time, if I issue a state of emergency, like usually in January, February, we have to have the arena open for season, we can give it to those members there. The only other way that we can give them out to the public as a court is that we have to have a process in which we give them out, kind of like whenever first come, first served kind of thing. But
The process of that, just as an example of the Red Cross, they can't give them package, but once they use them, then they can take them home.
yeah,
That's the process.
that's how we do it for emergency management.
Red Cross does that. They can bring you a whole bunch of emergency stuff, but as long as it's wrapped, you can hand it out, but if they use it, like in the shelter, then they can take it out.
Yes. Thank you for asking that question, Commissioner Noguera, to clarify. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.24, discussion and appropriate action. Allow the utilization of the golf course for Christmas, special Christmas event for the special needs, pictures, activities, goodie bags. Establish a reasonable price for the event.
Judge, this is a very special event, for the children with special needs. That came up, we're looking for an area that was somewhat safe, more than anything. And, I just wanted to bring it up to the court, if the court would allow us to use it, even if it's at a designated rate. If we can have a rate, I'll pay for the rate. I just wanted to, for transparency reasons, bring it up to the court and just get y'all's opinion basically on it.
Any questions?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona, second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.25, discussion and appropriate action. Adopting a policy to allow elected officials to compensate employees to each discretion when assisting in functions to the community. Trunk or treat, Easter egg hunts open to the public, precinct 1.
Judge, I placed this item on the agenda because there have been several, miscommunication factors with employees, and they come up to me, I don't know if they come up to any of the other elected officials, asking about getting paid for, events, that are assisting or having to do with the public. So as I was being approached, I told them I was going to put on the agenda so we could have a clear discussion and have an answer for these individuals.
What do you mean, to compensate employees to the discretion?
So they can-
I know that after 5 o'clock, whenever, like my employees volunteer, they volunteer. They don't get paid. And during the day, I know like back then when Mr. Ramponza was here, he would say, I don't have a problem with JPs or anybody taking one employee, as long as one employee goes and the office stays open at all times. I don't have a problem with that, because that's the way it's always been, one employee, but I know it's not one employee, sometimes we take the whole office and close it. But, after hours, it's volunteer, that our office, no.
I thought it was volunteer, so.
Well, and I think that to that extent, it is at the discretion, as you put on your agenda request, at the discretion of the elected official if they want to have their employees volunteer or if they want to have them be compensated. I've also reached out to the Attorney General in regards to this. I've contacted TAC Legal. I've discussed it with Mr. Pereira. And I was at a training last week and asked the same question as well. And essentially, it's on the discretion of each elected official if they choose to pay their employee for anything done after hours or outside of regular business hours. If they want to pay them or they want them to volunteer. That is the discretion of the elected official to do so, so long that the event is a public event and not a private event or a political campaign event. Any event that is public in which the employee is representing the office of the elected official, it is up to the discretion of each elected official whether or not they want to compensate that employee. You guys are more than welcome to contact TAC Legal. I spoke to John at TAC Legal, and I spoke to Sharita at the Attorney General's office, and that is across the board in the state of Texas. Any events that are that are public events in which you're representing the office of the elected official at a public event, it is entirely on the discretion of the elected official if they want to pay that person or not.
I see.
Is that correct? Because I saw you nodding your head when she said that she spoke to you.
Come again?
Is that correct? Because I saw you nod your head.
No.
She said she
The only
spoke to
thing
you.
is.
I did speak to him and shake his head is what you're saying.
But the deal is, you do put it down
I'm sorry,
as
can you get,
administrative.
I can't hear you.
My understanding is that it's basic, is it not?
I don't think so.
It's
Mr.
basically the
President,
discretion of the elected official, but it is basically they're putting in administrative time, you might say.
Correct.
There was,
But it would be up to the elected official, you would be basically putting it down as administrative time.
but I think there's two parts to this subject here. One, I was of the understanding that the only time that it would be done, it would be if it was county affiliated. And second is, the concern is that not closing the offices during working hours to go and participate on that event, because right there is where we get, let me ask you why.
Okay.
Because we get feedback that certain offices are closed and there's nobody there. And then they don't hear it, I hear it, and I get feedback and I don't know what to answer. The thing is that, I just want to make sure that we are in the right step, but back then we judged, and I'm going to reiterate as what Commissioner Rubalcaba said, Judge Paul said, Frank had it where one person could go, but the other offices were open.
Right, and that's, I'm not discussing.
Closing several offices to do an event, you don't hear it out there, but we do.
I know, I'm not referencing that, because that's up to Commissioner's Court elected official. I'm talking about giving them time, paid time.
Well, that's what I mean, because I was under the assumption if it was county affiliate, like if we have trainings, if we have this and that, they can get paid. But anything after 5, you're off the clock. Up to me, even though we're doing a public service, my guys volunteer after 5. I don't give them contract. I don't pay them. So, and that's what I see. So then if it's gonna happen, then a policy needs to be set. And even if we set the policy, nobody follows it. Nobody follows policies here. And I'm gonna be honest about it. Because if we set a policy, that it's still gonna continue. And I'm not fighting for them not to get paid or get paid. But the thing is that we set policies, but what's good does the policy is if we're not gonna follow it.
may I?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I do think that something needs to be done on this topic, because I do think that it's getting a little bit out of hand. And I think like the number one thing is that yes, if we're gonna be using our employees for a public purpose, we can use one. But for example, for me, I only have one employee with me when my office stays open. So my office and vehicles will close, like if I take the one employee. I think that what needs to be considered a little bit more is the employees that we're using. If their job description fits this criteria, then I believe it's okay. But I will say that, and I do not want to fight or for the situation to get hostile, but I'm gonna be 100% truthful. With these events, it's getting out of hand and it's hindering some of these jobs that they have to do. I had the code enforcer come out last week, was in the middle of changing my cameras, checking my cameras, we've been having issues, doing what he's supposed to be doing, got called back, has to report back because I'm not his boss, he has a boss. When I saw later on, and he was rushing to get back, it was for a photo opportunity to take in a donation. I don't think that that's fair. I think that we need to be extremely reasonable in how we're using these employees, because at the end of the day, the county taxpaying funds are the ones that are paying for these salaries. And if we're not going to be providing the services that those jobs are intended to do, then we're just not doing nothing up here but doing what we want to do, and then sitting up here and saying, I can do what I want, you can do what you want, and we're not actually doing what we're elected to do and to serve the county.
Yeah, I understand it's getting out of hand, because I had the same incident. We had donuts happening at the Bowman. The sheriff called to check the cameras didn't get checked, he was called elsewhere. So I called him one afternoon to come pick up my new cameras to put up, and he says, I won't be able to be there at 8 in the morning because I have career day. I said, I'm sorry, tell your boss that we need these cameras, even the sheriff is asking. So this is getting out of hand.
It's getting out of hand.
I'm sorry.
When I spoke to Mr. Padilla on Friday, he said he was gonna put a stop to this.
He and the treasurer were gonna put a stop to this, but you told him.
Right, but we're gonna,
All right, so,
basically on the timesheets,
all right,
on the pay.
all right, now, how is
Closing
it
offices,
fair?
That's not us.
How is it fair to all the elected officials, if you don't have additional money in your budget to pay your workers extra money to attend activities? You know, the five of you may have the money in your budget up there, but the rest of us out here, we don't have money in our budget. We can't close our office and say, or after 5, go to trunk or treat, or if you want to participate in the Christmas parade that's coming up on the 6th, you're gonna get paid. You know, it's not fair. Only half the employees are complaining. They said, how do certain elected officials get overtime, get extra pay, and so forth, and the rest of us can't? And that's where the morale of the county employees is coming down. They see it's not fair.
Yeah, because, I mean, they've spoken to me about it.
Yeah,
There's
that was one of the
times-
things I was gonna mention, because if you're gonna pay them after 5 o'clock, that is not something that's in the budget. So that was one of the concerns that we
And
were
just to
talking about.
clarify, Mr. Gonzalez, I don't have money to pay them for overtime. I don't have.
And that's what
like-
happened.
Like you
I don't
said,
think
most
most
of,
of,
I don't have money to pay them for overtime or
anybody does.
I
whatever.
don't think nobody does.
I don't use it.
Um,
So I just wanted to clear that you stated, we have money, no, we don't.
No,
I don't.
I don't have overtime.
I'm sure Ms. Sandoval would love to send her ladies out there because they can. They're here to collect from the taxpayers. This is how we all get paid, from taxpayers. If she closes her office twice a week or takes a 3-hour lunch, how is she gonna get the money? I mean,
County
that's what
clerk's
it is.
office can't close either. They're there to accept plans
There's
and
a lot of
documents.
offices they can't.
You know, to post a sign on the door, we're out at a training when there's no training, and you come back 2 or 3 hours later, that's not fair to the rest of the county employees. It's not.
I'm just gonna touch a bit on that. Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner. I've never participated in any of this because we are an essential office. We are paid by the taxpayers, and I cannot close my office. We collect, we do taxes, we do motor vehicle, and I'll use this as a recent example. The only one I participate is the one out here for La Paloma, because it's here. We don't have to travel nowhere, we don't have to close the office, we're here. And it's always on the 31st, which is the last day for the 3% and whatnot. Okay, this year, my staff, they all dressed up, and I only had one person out there with me. So I said, you know what? Tell them in the security, you're closing, and just give us 10 minutes, just so they can go out there and take a picture. 10, 15 minutes we were out there, we came back in, there was already 3 people waiting. But they were gracious enough to understand that we were out there taking that picture, because it doesn't happen all the time. But yes, we are essential offices, and it's not fair that some offices do close, they go, do whatever they need to do, and we're left behind. So yes, the morale of the employees comes down because they see all of that. They come to me, I have no answer, because I feel the same way. But I have to do what I have to do. I do my job because this is what I was elected to do, and they have to do their job because they work for the county and for the taxpayers of this county. So that's my opinion on that. I mean, if they want to go out and do whatever they want to do, they're going to be off the clock. But, you know, as far as my office, we're not going to participate. I do also send, if we're going to participate, I send the items to wherever I need to send them, but I'm not there physically. But, you know, I do donate. But, I mean, because my job is here. So, thank you. That's just all I wanted to say on that.
Yeah, sound along. Thank you.
All I was going to say was, well, in regard to this, because I did my own research and I went to TAC and the AG's office, and I have cited many AG opinions that basically say that any expense from the county, in order for it to be paid, has to be a public person, and follow a three-part test that was set by the Supreme Court of Texas. So one, it has to be a public purpose. Two, the county has to retain public control over the funds. And three, ensure that the county receives a return benefit. So for the trunk or treat, I mean, we're here because of what happened with the trunk or treat. When it was on the timesheets, I asked for additional paperwork to prove that working at the trunk or treat was a public purpose. So, I mean, that's, from what I believe, that's what caused the situation today. But I just wanted the court to know what I did and kind of what's going on.
I didn't know, I didn't know that there was an issue with the trick or treating. Well, one more thing that you said, that the two, can you explain that one a little bit more to me?
Retain public control?
Yes. So it has to be like, the county has to pay for it, be providing the stuff that's given back, because like with us, our give back events, it comes out of our budget, our money. So then it would eliminate us from doing like any county event, because all the give back stuff, the commissioners themselves purchase those
He means it has to be a public, like, when he's saying public control means it has to be like a public event. It can't be a private event, that's what he means.
Like the trunk or treat?
It has to be a public
Like the-
event.
But does the county have to be in charge of that event, or can they go
No.
participate in it?
Well, to an extent, no, well, it's talking about the funds, it's not talking about the event.
Yeah.
The county has to be in control of the funds. Like, for example, the county can't
We
just
can't give money.
ambiguously give people money for whatever reason. We have to designate what purpose that's for.
Correct.
Mr. Ortiz, I know it's a different topic than, like, let's say, since you brought up the trunk or treat. I understand the trunk or treat is at 6 o'clock. We need 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. It doesn't start till 6. So how are we gonna distinguish, if it does pass or we do a policy, how are we gonna know? How are we gonna distinguish that it's okay for them to go?
Like, you mean the court as a whole, or you mean?
The employees, if we allow them to go
Well, I
to those
mean,
events, since it's a public, it serves as a public.
I mean, the commissioner's court as a whole would have to come up with a policy and deem, you know, it to meet that standard. So it would pretty much go based on how you word that policy, if you all want to create a policy, because what instituted this issue was that it was an after-hours event. Like, it caused the overtime situation, and some of the timesheets said trunk or treat, so that's how my office caught it, was because it said on the timesheets trunk or treat.
Oh, so you had employees
We
that,
were getting paid for trunk or treat.
so you had employees that clocked in hours for the trunk or treat?
Yes,
Is it not the one that the county did, the one that the hospital did?
correct.
Okay, the next question that I had was, how do we enforce,
To answer your question, how do you keep track of it? It's very simple. Have the employee clock out, and then the elected official is gonna give them that time, has to sign off on the timesheet, and they add it on. And then Ms. Pereira and the treasurer's office can make that call, whether it's gonna be paid or not.
Correct.
how do we enforce policy?
That doesn't exist, you can't.
No, either one of you, Mr. Ortiz or Mr. Gonzalez, if we do it, because, I mean, it's been saying that we have policies and they're not being enforced, how do we properly enforce these policies?
It's their call to say, this is not payable, and then they bring it up to the elected official. If on a timesheet it's not correct, they'll call the elected official, they make the correction, and so forth. The policy's there, we just got to apply it and implement it evenly to everyone. So if there's gonna be an event that an employee's gonna go, have a blackout. All right, and then if the elected official wants to do the administrative portion and say, I need them paid because it was a public purpose, bring it up to their attention, they make the call. That's what they're supposed to be doing.
Correct. So on 325, there's no action.
Wait, we're not gonna, is there a policy?
We don't have a policy. I think it's maybe more for discussion purposes and maybe getting with the Attorney Generals, getting with TAC and Mr. Pereira and Mr. Ortiz to maybe draft a policy.
Yeah, because we're not arguing to say that it cannot not be done. We're just saying that we need to, us as leaders, we need to cut back a little bit and come to an agreement on what it is that we're exactly going to do. And hold each other accountable to what it is. If people
And I think
wanna
that's what
hurry-
the main thing, Commissioner, about this, because we have to kind of tread lightly too, is the way Attorney General's office explained it to me, because we can't start going to tell each elected official how to run their office, because then you're starting to kind of borderline, official oppression and violating the sphere of authority that each elected official has. And so I think that it's more of purposes of accountability. I mean, we can all sit here and say we have certain elected officials that come to work 1 hour, 2 hours, maybe not at all, a day or two, whatever. We can't not tell that elected official how to operate his office or how he has to come to his office or she or whatnot. And so you have to tread lightly is what the Attorney General's told me last Friday when I talked to them and with the discussion I had with Mr. Pereira. So it's a matter of accountability. Obviously, we get elected to have our office and to have our office open and available to the public. And that's where we, have to have accountability. And I understand your point. We just have to tread lightly in how we're trying.
Not to come to work. But I think definitely as a court as a whole, if something was happening in one of the offices and it wasn't serving the purpose that it was intended for because of the funds that we're allocating to those departments, then at that point, the court as a whole could step in and have a voice of opinion, because at the same time, the funds that we're using to allocate to those departments to serve a public purpose isn't fulfilling its needs. So at that point, I do understand, as I can't tell Commissioner Bogado, I can't tell you, Judge Ponce, I can't tell Commissioner Uranda or Commissioner Carmona when to come to work or when not to come to work. But I do think that when the office aren't operating the way that they're intended to, then it gives every right for the Commissioner's Court to put at least these items on the agenda, to have the discussion, to hold everybody accountable. Because at the end of the day, yes, as our positions, we have to remember that we speak for everybody, but we do have bosses, and those are the people that vote us in, and I think that sometimes that gets forgotten in the process of what we're going through, but we most definitely have people that we have to answer to, and those are the people that are left us in.
The existing policy says employee works from 8 to 5, unless it's modified during the summertime by the commissioners because of the heat and so forth. But that's the existing policy. When you go beyond that, then it becomes administrative. If there's money in the budget, if there's no money in the budget, they can't get paid. Right?
Yeah, but then the money goes out, and then the department's left there, and then you're there telling them to send employees home from the auditor's office because,
That's what happened with the
yes.
with the JPs.
And like they ran out of money for whatever reason, and that's what I'm saying, something needs to get done, because and then at the end, you're saying close the whole office because there's no money.
That's what happened with the JPs this past year.
But that's the JP's position.
But that office still has to serve its public purpose.
Correct.
And if that continues to happen or there's no way to fix it, then as a court as a whole, we would have to be answering to a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, but that's why you have to administer the office to where they get time off, and there is no time when they don't have to work. So if there's no traffic, but suppose in JPs, you send them home, so you do have that, you make them use their comp time so that they do have it available at the end of the year.
But then how do they do it? Like if people come in asking for assistance when the JPs only have one clerk each. So like if people were coming in and asking them for certain things, let's just say it's like a civil issue or something.
But that's just the way it works. Like when one of the JP clerks, and Commissioner Randall can probably tell you this because he's closer on their end, but when they don't come in, that office is closed, right, Commissioner? I mean, they close the office.
Well, actually, right, like from what I think, they help each other. There's one truck that's actually out right now, and the other one is kind of helping both of them. I think it's great.
And there's been times where they've both had to close because they're both out and that office is completely closed. To the point.
Where are we going with this? What are we gonna do? Are we
There
just
was
gonna leave it
no-
like that, or are we just gonna try to come up with a policy? I really do think like we cannot move on from this until we get an answer, because we have people go get information and ask for assistance, and then
I
nothing.
know, that's what
ever
I'm
gets
saying, that we can continue to get that, sit down with Mr. Pereira and Mr. Ortiz to come up with something that is plausible and that it's legal and allowed by the law.
done. So right now, Mr. Ortiz, the only thing that's in the policy is that it allows one individual, or it allows, what does it say in the policy as far as events?
There's no policy.
He said that there
As,
was.
no, I,
No, there
as far as I know, there's no policy saying an employee, can go to the events. I mean, it's just been the practice.
So
But,
there's no policy on it at all?
no, but, I mean, there's at times, there's legal justification for it, but what caused me to have, issues with it in the beginning was just that it was after hours and it was an event not sponsored by the county. Like, if it would have been a county event, like the county was the one hosting it, I mean, that's fine. But because it happened at the hospital and we don't have any type of like interlocal agreement or something like that, it's kind of hard for me to see it serve that purpose. So that's why we kind of noticed it on that payroll.
So like us as a court as a whole, can we request for you to develop a policy pretending this don't matter?
Well, personally, I don't want to work on a policy to get people paid for basically volunteering. From personal opinion, I don't want to take my time to do that because I don't think it's right personally, if you ask me.
Okay, so then I'll move on to.
But I would be willing to help if somebody were to work on it and ask for my review. I would review it, but I don't want to be the one solely working on it. And then I come to the situation, because it's happened before, I work on something and then it doesn't even go
I
through the end.
understand,
So
yeah.
I don't want to have another thing where
Waste
I'm
your
going to
time.
waste my time.
Yeah.
But if somebody else wants to work on it, I don't have a problem reviewing it.
Okay,
Thank
I
you,
do
Mr.
appreciate that. And the only reason why I asked you to is because I know that you do your best to get all the information and to do what you think is artful and correct, so.
Right.
But maybe I'll try to take a bite at that and see what we can do and send it to you for review, because I do know and I do appreciate every time you do send information. Like I said, you're one to always pass that information on freely.
Allowing one, I think it's gonna cost a lot of headaches and it's always an open can of worms because there's employees, like we said before, that they have to be in their office all the time. So it's gonna bring the morale, because the morale's already low with the employees, because they all talk. The morale is so low in this county, and this department, all the departments, it's so low that they all talk because one is doing something, the other ones can't do it, and we're allowing the whole group to do it. Not everybody's gonna do it, only certain departments are gonna do it, and then the other ones are gonna be left with, we can't do it because we have to have our offices open. I'm sure Ms. Claudia has to have her office, Maricela always has it open, Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Ortiz, because when we leave at lunch, let's say for instance, half a day, they stay there. All these ladies leave their employees, Mr. Ortiz leaves his employees there all times. So it's gonna, to me, I don't think it's right.
So you think that we should enforce some policy that we can't use employees for use?
Our policy, like Mr. Ortiz, Mr. Gonzalez says, it says work 8 to 5.
8 to 5.
So when there are working hours, then it's allowed to put in afterwards?
He's talking about, Commissioner Rosales saying afterwards for it to be more like a volunteer thing.
It's
Like
always
that.
been a volunteer.
Right, 'cause, I mean-
I've been here 11 years and it's always been, to me, it's been volunteer.
Right, because when it's 8 to 5, I can somewhat see it where I don't really have that much of a problem with it. But when it's after hours, that's when I see more of the issue, because it also leads to the overtime issue as well.
And 8 to 5, I don't know if all of you take one or somebody that takes one, at least the offices stay open and there's one employee.
And I was just gonna say, I think we're stuck on two different things. So yes, I do agree, after hours, obviously, if it's a Saturday or something, we can't pay for all these employees to be in the parade. We basically just give them that option if they want to, if they not. So I would agree that from 8 to 5, but I still do think that something needs to be done as far as taking the whole office with you, or offices closing down that need to stay open, is what I was kind of like leaning forward.
Right.
You get me? So then we need something, our policy to say something that if we do these 8 to 5 and we allow the employees, how many employees are we allowed to take and which ones are we allowed to take?
That's
Because
the thing.
That's the thing, you can't tell an elected official to do that. You can't, you just can't
so
legally.
you can't say like if their job description is to fit.
You can't tell an elected official how to run their office.
Well, I would definitely say, Judge, that I would very much appreciate it if the code enforcer is somebody that you kind of keep off that block, because like I'm saying, we're wasting fuel to have to go all the vehicles to start a process and then to have to come back just for a photo opportunity. I don't think that we should be using our employees for things like that. I do respect your office and you do what you think that needs to be done, but there is work out there that needs to get done.
Thank you. Duly noted. 3.26, discussion and appropriate action, approval to purchase of a front bucket for $3,300 for the Mantis.
Yes, I gave it to you.
We don't-
Yeah, I
We
gave
don't
it
have
to
the
you.
backup.
I handed you a whole packet.
Where's that at, Commissioner? Oh, right.
Yes, ma'am. So, this was honestly on my end as well. When I initially wanted to purchase a Mantis, remember that I said that I was going to be replacing 2 machines with 1 machine. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to place a bucket in the front of the machine, so that way, whenever we are like shredding and stuff like that, we're able to use a bucket to kind of like clear the dry pathway. I did get 2 quotes for these ones, and they are of 2 different sizes. I was honestly thinking that, but I was gonna ask for y'all guys' recommendation because it is a big purchase.
It's a big difference.
Yes,
And you carry more than 96 than the 8.
yes. And so, Commissioner,
Commissioner,
Yes,
when
sir.
you say bucket, you're talking about like an excavating bucket or a bucket like to pick up dirt?
oh, to pick up dirt, but it wouldn't come up all the way. It just has like that small kind of like that motion in the front to be able to kind of like scoop, so to speak. But it's not anything that could be raised above, like the.
But, don't you use your backhoe?
Yeah, so this is what I was saying. So when I initially purchased the Mantis, my whole point was to purchase the Mantis because I would alleviate two machines with 1 machine and 2 employees with one person out. So that way I would be able to shred the brush, and then I would be able to use the same machine and not have to bring another machine to clear out that way. So that was a whole initial.
Your machine doesn't mulch it right there and then?
No, I did not the mulcher.
If it's like mine, almost similar to
Well, I
mine,
think cuts
you're
it.
supposed to mulch it all the way down, and you shouldn't deal with any cleanup with it because it all stays on the easement.
Okay, so chopping, taking off the
Yes.
brushes, mulching, what I'm thinking is
I
the
do
one that.
My machine does that also.
I'm trying to clarify on what you think mulching is, that way I can understand. Mulching, are you talking about the machine that grinds it up into like, mine
Yes.
does not do that. Mine just cuts. Because this
Right,
was
I
attached.
thought it was
Because
like yours.
mine has a mulch.
Okay, but not mine does not. So the only one thing that I have is I have the grappler, I have the tiger arm.
Yeah, I have the grappler.
Yeah, that, and then the bucket was the last thing. The bucket was initially supposed to be included in the first thing, but whenever we were coming towards the end, I took some items off to make meals eat with the budget that I had. This was the last thing that I needed for this machine. Like I said, I know they already seen the Mantis, so the Mantis does cut. The only thing that I'm missing is a bucket in front, so that way whenever we do go blade these roads, we're not having to like brush the brush back to the side, so to speak, and I'm able to pick up some of the stuff. But mine does not mulch, to be clear, mine does not mulch, it just cuts on the side.
But you wouldn't rather have a mulcher where you don't have to be dealing with I'm just gonna ask. If you have a mulcher, the mulcher breaks it up into pieces where you're not having to maneuver it out of the way anymore, but it's up to you.
I would think that because we spend so much money on the mulcher for the landfill, it would be like a double, and I don't want to.
What do you mean, money on the mulcher at the landfill?
We purchased a mulcher.
No, that's a tub grinder, but that's a different thing. Because you have to, the tub grinder is different than your mulcher on your piece for your equipment. It's 2 different things.
Is it doing the same thing? It's 2 different things, but is it doing the same thing?
No. Well, because this one's cutting from the top down, the mulcher. The one I have, I put it on the mesquite on the top and it starts cutting it completely down. It grinds it into mulch. And it doesn't come to the road or anything, it stays within the easement.
So you don't pick up, so the mulcher for Commissioner Bacala is in place.
It's in place,
And
yeah.
brush that you bring in the truck.
You throw it in there and it grinds it.
Basically, like a paper shredder.
Correct. It's a grinder.
So you just spend a lot of money for me to buy a mulcher myself.
No, it should be an attachment to it.
I know.
Yeah, it would be an attachment for your machine.
That's how I
I don't, what do you mean, we spend a lot of money? I don't understand what
You
you're
just
saying.
purchase a truck to do the same thing. I know that it's 2 different things. One is placement and one is on the vehicle. But regardless, at the end of the day, it's doing the same thing. It's mulching the brush, the branches.
But the difference, Commissioner, the difference is, you have a rope and you have brush coming out of your pencil. You wouldn't be able to use the mulcher that Commissioner Workout unless you cut the brush and then transport. This mulcher for your machine or for one that Commissioner eliminates that work and just puts it in place. You don't have to haul it.
Because there was something that I was looking at as well. It was like a saw blade, so basically it grabbed it at the top, and then the saw blade came at the bottom and it chops from the bottom. And so I was looking at that aside from the bucket, but I wasn't really trying to lean into mulching because I figured that we solved the mulching by being able to pick up and haul to the landfill.
But if you can mulch there, you save from taking it to the land. It's mulched right there and then. And what it does is, I have the same, basically almost the same thing, except it's a different name. But what we do, if we have to cut, we'll cut with the blade on top, and then we'll start mulching. If we have to cut the tree, we cut the tree, and then we mulch from the ground to all the limbs. So it stays there. It doesn't go nowhere else. But if you're gonna do that, and then cut the tree, load it on your truck and take it to the landfill, that's, to me, it's time consuming when you can take care of it right there and then. But I mean, to each his own, but I don't see.
You have a game plan for it, so I'm not gonna tell you about it.
Exactly.
If you have a game plan and you feel you need it.
Because you might come back later on and say, now I need the mulcher.
Yeah, because I was telling you, I was looking at that other one because I was like, there was one more I wanted to add, and it was the saw blade that I wanted to be able
So
to.
you're still gonna have expense.
Yeah, I wanted to get one more, but I wanted to see.
So you're saying that there's no reason to get the bucket?
To me, but that's just me.
So, there was one more piece that I wanted to add later on. I was just gonna see where we were in terms of budget before I made that purchase, because at the same thing, I could ask to borrow your mulcher, or I could ask to borrow her mulcher. We have mulchers in the county that are doing exactly that I can come and ask for assistance to use it if that would be the case. I don't think that there's any need for each department to have their own equipment like that.
When the salesman, and I know you knew everything, you don't understand the equipment, but when the salesman sells you something, you look to see you have everything that you need on the work that is going to be done. And I know, I'm not trying to disrespect you, but if he suggests, would you want the mulcher or would you want the bucket? I want the mulcher because the bucket's not going to do me any good when I'm out there. So when the mulcher's working, that's how I pick my equipment. And we went through it because I told the judge when we were down there what I wanted to, what the machine looked like, what it's used for. Because now, let's just say we paid $200,000 for it, just an example. But now you're adding $3,000, you're adding the mulcher, you're adding more. Each individual part costs more than when it's packaged together. Once you have it packaged together, it's a lot less than what you're gonna buy now individually, because now you're gonna have to get it outfitted, the lines and all that, and it's gonna be an extra expense. If $3,600, if $3,000 is one expense, now you look at the mulcher, if you decide to get the mulcher runs you $16,000, now you spend $20,000 above the grade that you paid for.
So, before we continue, and for clarification, I do have 5 years experience in the oil field, so even though I've been doing this.
No,
for
I
a year,
understand.
I'm just saying, because you said you don't know what you're doing.
Well, I said it respectfully, ma'am. I didn't say it.
Hold on, give me a second. I let you speak to finish. Please allow me to speak to finish. Okay? I'm telling you, I do have 5 years experience in the oil field. Whenever we're deciding these things, I'm talking with my employees, not necessarily a salesperson, because a salesperson just wants to sell you something. And I do understand where you're coming from to say that had I grouped it all together, I probably could have got a better rate. And I 100% agree with you on that. But for my mindset and my thing, I rather look at what I have and then see what I can add to it based on what is needed. I would want to order something and have all these attachments of everything and have no actual need for it, or be ordering duplicates 3 times, 4 times enough what the county already has. So considering that I do know that I could have saved more money, I think that with this machine though too, my main purpose and my main goal was not necessarily to cut down on machines, but to be able to cut down on personnel. So you're going to be able to place one individual on a road, and they're going to have one machine that should be able to do all that work for them. So you're not going to be paying another individual. You're not going to be adding more liability because you'd be able to do it with just one.
I got 4 employees and I handle
Yeah,
the
with
county
one.
roads.
And with your one
One
machine.
employee takes care of the county road.
So that's
That's
what I'm
me.
saying. So on my end, I do know that I could have gotten a better price, but I'd rather build slowly and get what's absolutely needed than order things that I don't know how to use or I don't see a use for. I wouldn't want to spend $30,000 on something and use it twice a year, you know? But the bucket, I do think that it's going to eliminate for me having to take the backhoe over there, because on our roads, I don't know how it works for y'all, but on ours, the machine, it throws maramas everywhere, all over the road and everything, and then we got to take the bucket or the blade to kind of sweep that debris back to the side. So with the bucket being said, I know that Commissioner Rugavera just mentioned now that she felt that the 96 inch would benefit more, but I'm willing to take y'all guys' opinion on as far as that as well. If
Which one do you feel?
But you're
I don't know
asking,
much
you're,
about like the coverage, I don't
The
know.
bucket?
Yeah,
It's
because
wider,
from,
it's for-
no, hold on, but the question I was gonna ask you, and I was really gonna ask you, from 86 to 96, or 84 to 96, like, is it a big enough difference for the price difference of it?
What's the price? I haven't really.
with the reports,
3,000?
Like 100 and something?
No, whether we're,
one of them, the 96 cost $3,954, and the 86 one cost $3,300.
I'd go with the 96. If you're gonna get the bucket, just go with,
The
go
bigger
ahead.
one, that's what Commissioner is saying, that's one. Well, I do appreciate y'all guys' input on that, I really do, because like I said, I do want to be making purchases that, I know that I need, but, I will always take y'all guys' opinion into consideration for the years of experience that y'all have in this area. So I would like to motion to purchase the, 96 inch.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Talamantes, second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor? Any opposition? I have an opposition by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Motion carries. 3.27, discussion and appropriate action, the approval of 2 2026 Chevy Silverados 2500 HD four-wheel drive crew cab work trucks for precinct 3 and 6, Road and Bridge precinct 3.
Okay, so from this one, I actually found a, CO, that I'm gonna be able to use to purchase these. I have 2 trucks right now, and it's very heartfelt, but I have 2 trucks that are a little bit low on mileage, but they've been out of commission for about 6 months. I've taken them to a few dealerships around, and nobody can seem to find what is wrong with them. So I went ahead and I got 2 trucks to replace the 2 trucks. The quotes just have the trucks itself. Now there is a diesel truck and there is a gas truck. The reason why they recommended diesel and why the supervisor and me decided that it might be beneficial to us, because they say that diesel lasts longer, but you are paying more at the pump for it. Diesel trucks they have on location, and gas trucks have to be ordered.
Are these separate from the ones that, because Commissioner Juan had bought 2 of them last year, 2 new trucks? Is this separate?
Can you tell me which new trucks they were? Because
The
I don't
Could-
have any new trucks. And I have the Tundra.
When did he purchase those? The
When did you purchase it?
Commissioner Juan,
I guess right before.
Before you left.
so last year.
But I think it was 2 tons, no? Remember? 2 tons.
I don't get it.
Or.
Yeah, he purchased 2 of them just last year, Commissioner.
Well, that would be an issue again with my audit not being complete. I don't know necessarily what was supposed to be there and what was, because my audit wasn't complete when I took office. So if the units were in there, I can assure you that I know I'm vehicles right now for my employees. I do have the tender, but I had to pass the tender down to the employees because we have no vehicles. So right now, I'm using my personal vehicle. Of course, when I have to go into the field or something, I will get somebody, but other than that, somebody needs to find 2 vehicles then, because,
So you have one tundra only?
yes,
So,
What happened to the tundra you were using?
that's the one that I passed down to my employee. I passed it down to the employees.
Commissioner, if I may ask, which vehicles are you having issues with? Are they, is it a Tundra or is it a Ford?
No, it is a, you know, and I'm trying to pull up because I did complete like my audit on myself where I have some pictures and some visuals. I really do wish I would have brought it with me. But I have a small truck, I believe it's a Chevy truck, and it had a gas tank in the back of it. I actually drove it around to Hot Shop Fuel to location when I first got in here. That truck is, it's like you take it to a different person, it's a different thing every time, every different
Is
mechanic.
it a half-ton truck will be?
It's small.
Yeah, it's probably the one Commissioner had when I used to drive before.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. They did say that it was his truck. And then the other one was a unit number 1 that was parked there in the yard since I got there. They said that it had never been able to be turned on or anything. And that one too has very little miles on there, but we've taken it so far to like maybe 4 or 5 individuals. And it's each time I think that they replaced the battery that was initially placed in there was smaller than what it needed.
So you can't use, they're not really.
So we replaced the battery, and then the truck still continued to stutter. Then we took it to another mechanic, and the mechanic said that it had something to do with the light. There was a cracked tail light, and they were saying that was faulty in the I'm not a mechanic, that's one thing that you can say I don't know much about, is mechanic. I even gone as far as to ask my husband to go out there and to speak to them, just to kind of gain a little bit more insight. I don't know if it's because the track sat for so long that they're kind of in that condition, but right now I'm not able to send any employee working on a full day without them being stranded or.
Are these local mechanics?
Yes, and I've tried about 4 or 5 of them locally, including the Metro.
Commissioner, I understand we're going through these issues with these 2 vehicles. The only thing that I would consider if I were in your position is possibly trading in those 2 trucks.
So I was gonna say yes, so that is my deal, that's why I have the quotes here. Obviously, I'm not gonna tell the dealership as they're giving me a quote that I have a trade-in. But if I can get these units at least up and running, that is my plan, to go and ask them a trade-in value for these vehicles to try to offset.
If you trade them in, I don't have a problem with what you're trying to do, Commissioner, because that way as you know, if you add to the fleet, we're adding extra cost to the county as far as fuel, insurance, and maintenance.
No.
But if you're having 2 issues with 2 vehicles,
That's why, yeah.
and get 2 other vehicles, I don't know.
Yes, because there's even like later
So
on.
I think what you need to do is go back and get the trade-in value first, so we can represent to the court an actual price that it's gonna cost, with them giving you the trade-in value, instead of it just showing what is off the lot. So if you can get those 2 vehicles to get the trade-in value, bring us back,
But I would
just
have-
for
yeah.
justification
And I think-
purposes, because I think, for the fact that Commissioner Juan just bought 2 new ones last year, I think it's a concern for the constituents or any taxpayers to say like, well, y'all just bought 2 of them last year. And I think that if you can show that 2 of them have very low mileage, but are not in very workable condition, you can get your trade-in value, get us the quote with the trade-in value that'll offset this $53,000 price, so that you have justification for you trying to get 2 new trucks they just purchased 2 new trucks.
I understand for transparency reasons, and I can always bring that information back to the court, but I do think that you're kind of delaying my process of like moving forward on that sense, because it's going to take me another 2 weeks to come back out here, and I'm in a situation where my employees that we're paying their wages aren't able to complete any of the work that needs to get done because we don't have enough units to do that. So again,
Well, I'm just.
I
on
would,
board,
but I
just
do
think
have the
that-
money, I do have the money in grants, and coming back to being able to save the money, I think would also be okay. I understand that if it was over the amount, but being under the amount, I don't think that there's a need to wait. But yes, that is my plan to do. I will say as well though, that I have looked at a lot of the other precincts, and my trucks are the oldest units that we have, and I know that you just shook your head at me because you know that that is an accurate interest statement. So if there is 2 trucks that were purchased right before my predecessor left, again, that's an issue with the audit that wasn't
There is, I'll
completed.
tell you that for a fact, we approved for 2 new trucks last year.
Okay, well then somebody should try to find the 2 trucks then, because there's 1 truck, but there's not another one. And this is already 2 trucks for my precinct, 2 other pieces of equipment that are big capital equipment, and then now we're looking, and the motor grader that was found. So,
Do you have,
I'm telling you, there was 2 new trucks
your
purchased.
office completed an audit?
we've had this conversation, my audit was incomplete when I came in.
Commission, I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of the 2 vehicles with a, note that you'll be trading in those other 2 that are given up.
Yes, sir.
It still has to come back.
Is that the?
Yeah, because,
Because it's a
we,
different price.
we don't have the
Does that
amount.
come back?
Yes. Because we don't know how much they're gonna give us for free.
Correct.
And what is gonna be the total amount.
But I have the money and
I understand.
I have the
but right
money.
now, I'm just explaining to Commissioner that we're gonna have to, if this goes.
I was speaking to
If,
him.
if right now, if we approve her motion, then we still have to come back because we don't know what the dealer or who's gonna give her the trading amount, so we can get the accurate amount of what it's gonna cost. Let's just say it costs $100,000, and then they'll give her 25,000 for it's just numbers. 25,000, you still gotta come back and correct the 75,000, correct?
Mhm.
So less
Or
like a
we can
change
do it-
order.
well,
or
less
like that.
money would be going out, and it's not like I'm gonna go over what's already there and see if
What's your opinion, because I'm looking at the amount.
Look, I'm just looking at something else.
I understand what.
I would understand if it was more, but it's not more.
Unfortunately, county attorneys left.
Oh, no, it's a new, because you tell me if the.
My professional attorney opinion,
No, I mean, it's not a funny, but, you tell me that if we can do that, then, anytime we trade in a vehicle, then we're gonna make up an approval on that, stipulating what we're gonna get back, so, if we don't get much money out of it, so what are we gonna approve?
if you all have concerns about how much you're gonna get back, then you would have to come back.
See.
If not, then I think basically with the
Because it's
motion,
like a change order.
Yeah.
It's not a change order.
No, I didn't say it, I didn't say it's a change order, it's
but
like
if you're
a
concerned
change
about that
order.
amount, then you would have to come back,
Because if
otherwise you
question
would
about
be.
how much money I'm gonna be saving, if you really think about it, that's the whole point. I'm gonna be saving money, you're gonna be spending less money that's on here, and I already have the money in COs. So if you want to wait for my yard to sit there and not be able to get any work done for another 2 weeks because we have to wait because you want me to get how much money I'm gonna save, doesn't really make money. If you were telling the taxpayers she's gonna spend more money than what she's asking for, then I can understand that. But correct me if I'm wrong, when you go to the cash register and you don't pay as much as you initially thought,
I'm
so
sorry,
you have a question? I know, because I was speaking. But when you go to a cash register and you pay less than what you initially thought, do you really sit there and question it as much? Or do you question it more when you're gonna pay more?
I'm just asking about the trade-in value, what the trade-in value was gonna be when you put it on the thing. My main concern was the fact that we were getting 2 new trucks when we already had 2 new trucks.
Oh, yeah, so
That was-
his
his
main
concern.
concern is how much money I can save.
Mhm.
No, it's not how much money, what's the trading value. And we're gonna have to come back
But
and
I can do
approve.
that.
You can buy, to me, you can buy them without, but I don't know how we're gonna get those trucks,
What is your concern?
no, I don't have a concern, man. All I'm telling you that if we approve it with the stipulation of getting a trading, it still has to come back.
And I can do that because we've approved a lot of things with stipulations. A lot of things.
But still, you cannot push them to you, to Commissioner's Court. That's all it is. It's no big thing.
So essentially, you would have to come back to
And
Commissioner's
report
Court
it, and I counted the
before
same.
you purchase it. That's what he's saying, essentially. You would still have to come back to Commissioner's Court to get it approved with
But
the
that's
new
why I asked
numbers.
Mr. Pereira, because if Mr. Pereira is in favor of it, I'll go with it.
He
His
said
recommendation.
that if
Mr. Bennett is saying that
concern-
if there's a concern with the
How much
number,
money?
we have to bring it back.
If there's a concern of how much money we're not gonna use to bring it back, is what you said.
Right, if Commissioner's concerned, excuse me, if Commissioner's Court is concerned about the traded value, then yes, you would have to bring it.
Because right now the trucks aren't usable. I mean, they've been out for almost a whole year on one of them. And then another one, well, since I've been here, the unit one has been out the whole time. And the other one's been about 3 months, 2 months. Excuse me?
You second it?
Yeah, no, I motioned it.
Motion by Commissioner Talamantes, second by Commissioner, who seconded Odena?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition?
I'm gonna abstain, judges.
We have one abstention by Commissioner Noguera. 3.28, discussion and appropriate action to request update on ensuring we complete a countywide audit on all equipment and consider the possibility of approving tracking devices for capital equipment and employee vehicles.
I'll address the first part.
Yes, this one, I know that we've had a lot of discussions pertaining to the audit. I do understand and I have had conversations with the clerks and I know that they are actively trying to work on it. But as of right now, the audit was not complete, to me coming in. And I think that that's something that
The clerks, what clerks?
the clerks that are in charge of,
In my office.
yes.
My office.
The clerks that are in charge of doing the audits. They
Do
have.
you have backup for this, Commissioner? Is there a backup for it? Did you put a backup or no? You were just
No,
gonna
because we're
discuss it?
having a discussion, I mean, it's just asking for an update on it, but there's no, I mean, what do you want as far as backup? I can give you.
No, I don't need backup. I'm inquiring if you submitted something, because I have like the same thing like 3 times.
What do you have?
This is a Mantis truck. Okay, so you're requesting an update on a complete countywide audit on all capital equipment and consider the possibility of approving tracking devices for capital equipment and employee vehicles.
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead.
So the audit, I do know that we've been working with the office and they have been trying to communicate with us and let us know that we are actively trying to work with it. I think that initially the issue was duplicates in the list. And when you don't know the machine as much and I'm learning it, I can see how that's very confusing to sometimes not necessarily know. And I do try to give credit where credit is due. I do know that it's difficult what they're doing because it took me about 10 months to do it myself. I do have an audit that I've done and I've documented and taken pictures of all the equipment that is physically there that I can see.
So you're asking for a countywide audit or just
Yes.
audit for
No.
yours?
No, I feel that if my audit was not complete and done and they're having this much issues with my audit, I feel that it would be in the best interest of the court to make sure that we don't just do an audit on my precinct, but on every precinct that is here to ensure that all this stuff is there. So you wouldn't just be cleaning up my area, you would be doing it for all of it, which I thought that was initially what we were doing, right?
Which we're doing, and that's why
Yeah.
we haven't gotten to your precinct, but we have done other precincts. Actually,
I
your
would
precinct
start
will
off-
next week.
I would say I would have started off with mine first because I had the concerns in my department.
Well, because there were other concerns that were happening, and so we're actually having to do all of them in order to make sure that everything is correct
So
in our
what
records.
precincts have been done?
Right now, we've done precinct 1 and partial precinct 2, and actually I told him to go ahead and start yours next week.
Okay, no, I've gotten an audit done. Well, I do appreciate that update on that. Secondly, part to the thing is, I do think that especially how much issue we had with a lot of larger equipment, I think that we need to consider tracking devices in these units for insurance and security purposes. I do know as well that if you do decide to go into that route, it would also help you in insurances because you would be able to get some credit on your insurance statement, which we could have that discussion with the insurance people later on. But I do think that it's a conversation that it's warrant having to see where we kind of stand on that.
One more thing, as far as the maintainers, we did do countywide, just to clarify.
Maintainers or the whole team?
No, maintainers. No, I'm talking about, we did the whole, we're doing the precinct, but the maintainers, we did everybody's.
So are you requesting action or?
I'm requesting a discussion.
Commissioner, I'll say this, I'm in agreement with an audit, a very detailed audit on all the equipment, because it gives us more understanding, especially with the transition that went on a couple of years ago, whenever it was. I'm still trying to figure out what really goes where as far as equipment. I have a list that says one thing, and then your office comes in with another list, and it creates inconsistency. So if we could get an audit, I mean, I'm all for the audit. For the tracking devices, I mean, I think it's a great idea, but what is it gonna cost, and where's the accountability gonna be when it comes to a tracking device from somebody not being where they're supposed to be or not utilizing equipment properly?
I mean, yes, that would be the smaller, not the smaller picture, but I wouldn't really be saying so much to track people or where they are, what they are not. I would think that it's protecting the investment that the county poured into those machines. I would think that having that device on there, if you go into the oil field, and I'm pretty sure that, you know, Commissioner, that in oil field trucks now there's video surveillance, and all that is cutting down on insurance costs. So if you're not wearing your seatbelt, I mean, you can get as detailed with this process, or you can go simple with it. You could just simply put a tracking device to be able to know where the unit is at all times, or you can get a little bit more detailed and probably get more insurance cutbacks. If you did speed, you can do speed, you could do seatbelt, you could do a whole bunch of safety features to this. I just think that, again, considering that we're paying as much money as we're paying for these equipment, it's an extra added insurance and protection that you can give their people, that their funds are being utilized and protected the proper way.
When you talk about tracking devices, you're talking about every asset equipment that the county owns? You're talking about like?
I wouldn't say if you would give me the option, do you want to put it in the zero turns and stuff like that? I think that would be a little bit tedious. I would go as far to even put it in the units of the trucks that we're purchasing. Because you think about it, they're going to take a zero turn anywhere, whether they have to haul it in, you know? So I would think that if we did the heavy machinery equipment, we should also include the truck units that the employees are driving. And Judge, I'm pretty sure I know that you contact with the insurance people to see how much it would cut back, or how much we could save potentially with those features added. And maybe the insurance company has a certain software or certain equipment that they utilize or that they lean towards. Anybody else have an opinion on the trackers or the?
Judge, is this something that we can do, or we're gonna have to wait till the new budget? Because we don't have money put aside for all this, because it's gonna be costly.
Well, you can even do it in the phones, Commissioner, like there's apps, there's apps and stuff like that and everything like that. No, they're free apps, there's some free apps out there. I track my entire family. Now, if you want to get like technical and you want speed and you want everything else, then that's a little bit more costly. But no, there's free options available out there. It's so advanced right now that, as I say, you can go something so simple. It's something that you can connect to the bottom of the vehicle or whatever it is. You can even get an air tag and put the air tag in the unit as well and track it like that. But there are things that you could definitely take out of operating supplies that wouldn't break the bank. You wouldn't be speaking of something in the thousands or above 5,000 or anything like that.
I
know they were gonna look into, I'm not sure,
Excuse me?
Commissioner. Have we looked into if it's allowable or if it's in our policy?
We would have that.
What was that?
We would have to add it, it's not in there.
No, I know that it's not in our policy, but we also have to look at the legality of it in terms of, like infringement on certain amendments, rights, on what we can, put the, trackers on. Because you, to some extent, people have the, I'm trying to think of the word, and I can't think of the word, but they have the, I don't want to say freedom, but you have a right to privacy.
But not typically when you're on county time and county equipment, because at the end of the day, those equipment in that time is being purchased by the county. So the same that it would be for any oil field company, as soon as you get home, there's no tracking no more that goes past that vehicle. And then you get your privacy that's on your own time and on your own.
Well, and I think it also, going back to, well, I think going back to you, I think it kind of defeats the purpose also though, because there is some county employees that take vehicles home. And so how do you,
Does a unit stay at the house once the unit is there?
I'm
Well,
not,
then it would just track the unit up to
They will show
there.
where the unit.
Yeah, and honestly, at that point too, I thought we had discussed that none of the units were supposed to be going home with the employees.
you're right, but they still do.
So then this would fix two
So then it defeats the
problems.
That's what I'm saying, it defeats the
I mean, we
purpose.
did it at a company, we installed them and we said, we're gonna control speed, but then when they would get caught speeding, we'd get an email and it's so-and-so's friend, we're not gonna do anything. It defeated the purpose of putting them in that situation.
In that situation.
But that's one thing that we really have to, if we're gonna be spending the money, we need to really utilize it the way it works.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, you can go as far as simple as you wanna go, or you can go as advanced as you wanna go. But at the end of the day, I don't think that the employee's privacy would kind of factor into this, because when you're on county time and county property and county equipment, it shouldn't really pertain to those things.
Okay, and that's where we like to create the policy also, because we don't wanna put tracking devices on the law enforcement.
No, yeah.
Because when you say county equipment, it's everything, but law enforcement is separate because they do special ops and we don't wanna know where they're at.
No, I would think that the sheriff would be able to, however he does it with his units, but I would think as far as us as commissioners and the equipment that we have up here, I would think that it'd be extremely beneficial. Because we're the ones that have the most equipment sitting in our yard, I mean, the most money.
Mine
sitting-
stays here, so
Yeah,
mine doesn't move from there.
I would just think that it would benefit us, but again, I do know that even if we do have to wait, we can wait if we go like more advanced commissioner. Like if you're saying like, okay, put it in the budget for next year, at least we have the discussions where we can start forming the policy to see what we can do. And that's all I'm trying to do with some of these things, is I do know that we just went past budget. I spent a lot of the first year learning, but I do want to try to be as proactive as possible, so that when we are in the budget, we're not sitting there having conversations for the first time, and it's something that we're continuously talking about, so that way at the end, when we do get there, we have a set goal of what it is that we want to accomplish together.
Any other discussion? If there's no action. 3.29, discussion appropriate action, approval of light pole to be installed on Marginet Drive and at the dead end of Old Highway 83, Precinct 3.
So this one I had actually two constituents call and complain about the area being very dark. One of them is in that little Arbor Cove area. They just have families that are down there, and then the other one is at a dead end at the Espinosa subdivision. If anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer. It's in here, it's in actually a 5-piece. It's that little Arbor Cove area. That one road right there doesn't belong to us, but the one that comes down like this, that Margaret Drive, does. And that Arbor Cove area, honestly, I've never gotten clarification if that is ours
Do you
or
have a
that's
map?
private.
Do you have a map?
I can do it on my phone for you if you like.
So is Margaret Drive and at the dead end of Old Highway 83, are those county property?
Yes, they both are county roads.
For Dr. Potter, used to live there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, you're familiar?
Yeah, I know where you're talking about.
So right here, you have, this is where your friend Chrissy, right here, from this road. If you stop right here, right before you get to this road right here belongs to the county. So this right here is all county road. And then this is the only place that I haven't gotten clarification, this is Arbor Cove, and it kind of goes into like a little area with their
It
houses on it.
belongs to those people.
I don't know if that Arbor Cove is classified as a county or a city road. I do know that this one right here, this Mesita, and this one takes you all the way up to go into the Texan and the hotel right here, that is a private road. But this road right here where I would be placing it is a county road, and actually I would be doing it kind of close to the corner right here on this side. Does anybody else want to see where it's at?
Are there any questions?
So this road out of town, this road is always that road is a private road, and then it comes up to the hotel to the district. Where AEP used to be. Yes, AEP used to be right here, but this road right here is a private road. This one right here that you're coming in from, this one is the county. Yes, I just went over Arbor Cove. We're trying to work on some more roads. So that's why I said if I did put the light, I would put the light somewhere right here, just to kind of give light for the people that are coming out of these houses. Yeah, and in case it's not ours, so I was kind of thinking
Well,
like,
you need to put it more closer to the, not in the intersection of Albert Cove and that one, because if it's not our road, then we're gonna have an issue. Because I'm pretty sure Albert Cove is a private road,
okay,
because
but
that's where.
I can still put it at the corner of it, I can still place it right there. Because the thing is that it is a safety concern. I mean, it does get dark out there, and, it does get dark out there, so just be able to get lighting, and it's gonna stay on our road, on our side.
Where it's not, what I'm saying, yeah, what I'm saying is not, like, not right in the corner, maybe right before you hit that road, because then you have easement issues. So you just don't want it to, do I have a motion?
Is there a light pole already?
I can go out there and check, honestly.
If there's no light.
Do you have to?
It's 4,000 or 5,000.
Okay.
Usually, like, to my precinct, I make sure there's already a light pole. And they don't charge. But if they have to install a light pole.
Okay, so you said like $4,000 or $5,000?
So you want to table this?
Just make sure.
I mean, I can still take the motion. I think that they should trust me enough to know that if I have to pay $4,000 to $5,000, I'll bring it back.
Make a motion to table.
I have a motion to table by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Is there a second? Is there a second to table?
Judge, I'm abstaining just at that. Yes, ma'am.
I motion to approve.
Give me 1 second. Do I have a second? I'm sorry, Commissioner, with another, he's asking to abstain. Motion to table, the item to get Commissioner Talamantes to confirm if there's already a light pole. I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Is there a second?
I'm gonna second it to make sure that we call AEP. Not
Yeah,
even,
but it has to
AEP
be-
just to make sure if there's no light pole, how much it's gonna cost.
All in favor?
The price is-
Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.30, discussion and appropriate action to approve the usage for community special meal event at the Big Wells Rec Center on November 24th, 2025, precinct 3.
So Judge, this one is for tomorrow.
So it should read November 25th, not the 24th.
Yes, ma'am. I actually changed the date at the last minute because we had one of the participants that had a conflicting interest that day. So we went ahead and we moved it to Tuesday the 25th. So yes, it should read the 25th. We are going to do a community event for the community. So we're going to provide a meal and jumping castles and prizes at the area just for the community to be able to come out. This is kind of just in relation to wanting to make sure that everybody got a warm holiday meal this year. So I would appreciate a approval to utilize the rec center for that. It will not be closed off to anybody. It's open the same way that it usually would. The only thing is that I'm going to adjust the hours to open at 3:30 rather than at 5.
Motion by Commissioner Talamantes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor? Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.31, discussion and appropriate action to approve the approve and establish rental rates for the Alanese Sports Complex fields and concession stand.
Okay, so Judge, on this one, I did give you guys the packets.
Where's that, Commissioner?
Okay, well, I can get copies of this one, okay, this is the original copy. So basically, there's no concession stand included in the rental rates. Wait, the second, does anybody else want to see it? On the bottom.
So you just want to include the $100 for the concession stand, the fee?
Well, honestly, I think we should kind of group it all together. I don't think that it should be separate, is what I don't think that it should be. I think like if we're gonna rent out the facility, like a package deal, you know, they're responsible for it regardless because they do take the fees from it. So I want to see what is, as far as what we want to do, as far as offering a total rate deposit for the package. There is other things that we have to consider, but I will put it on the next commissioner's court, but for like the leagues as well, like the special rates for that. Any questions? Anybody want to see the paper?
So you're asking to,
We have to change the price.
I know, but what is the price that you're asking?
Yeah, so we just have to change it to include the concession stand, because right now it's no concession stand. So we could keep it the same, which is the regular reservation was $50 for the field, and then it's with no concession. I believe before they said that it was $100, and if you look here at the Bowman Field, it's $100 instead.
Can I see that?
Yeah. Do you want to
And I
ask?
think isn't it $100 also when they use the lights?
I believe so.
Right?
Yes.
Like if they're gonna have it during the day, it's not, they don't charge $100 for that. But then they use it at night, and they use the lights, I think it's $100.
It's $100.
It says Alanese Complex. 150, or is it supposed to be 50? You scratched out. I'm just trying to figure out what it is.
That
Deposit
was
fee.
yes, that was original, that was it. The 150 was scratched out, that's how I received it.
So with concession, it's 200, and then it says $100 usage of lights.
So I think before, the whole field was $150 reservation. So, but then you took out the concession stand, and you dropped the price to $50 reservation rate. So I'm saying, do we want to, I'm going to include the concession stand back in, but do we want to keep it at 100 or do we want to do 150? This is just for the deposit. Because you don't charge them to utilize it, correct? You don't charge them
If it's an adult league over 18, then they get charged the deposit, but youth leagues don't pay a rental fee, they only pay the deposit, which they get back.
Is the rental fee including the, can you go for it? Is the rental fee including the concession stand or no?
There's no specification right now on whether it includes concessions. Prior to you taking over the Alanese, the judge's office handled the concessions for that. So there's no rental fee that includes concessions.
So right now, what is the rental fee for the establishment?
It's $100, $50 deposit, $50 rental fee. Unless it's a youth league, then it's just the $50 deposit and the rental is essentially free because they get the deposit back.
So where does 200 come from? And then there's the usage of lights. So what I think needs to be done, Commissioner, just give a number that you're recommending this court to approve for anybody to use it. There's just one fee for whoever wants to use it, regardless of age or whatever, and then you have a nonprofit rate.
Yes.
There's two rates. So what is the rate that you're recommending for anybody that's not a nonprofit with concession stand?
How much is the other fields we rent out?
It seems to me here that the Bowman is $100 deposit, $100 to use it. so they get the $100 back. It doesn't say anything about concession stand for Bowman Field. It just says $100 deposit fee.
We've never charged for the concession stand, Judge, it's just $100 and that's it, it's included. Everything's all packaged.
So that's what I'm saying, just,
That's kind of what I wanted to know.
so that's what I'm saying. Just give me a number that you want for anybody that's not a nonprofit. That's the easiest route to do it. So you want to charge $150 for them to use the 3 fields? Because mind you, Bowman is just 1 field. That's a nonprofit, correct? That's not a nonprofit. So anybody else, just any regular Joe Blow that wants to borrow the facilities, they can pay $50 deposit, $150 to use all 3 fields to include the utilization of the concession stand. And then if they're a nonprofit, you charge them a deposit of $50, and then if you want to charge them 50 or 100 to use all the facilities, just give us 2 numbers.
So
that you recommend.
the dilemma that I have with that, Judge, is like $100 isn't gonna cover much of anything, like as far as damages. But I
Okay,
do
so
know
give me
that-
a number
I
that
do
you want.
know that keeping it fair so that it can be rented, and so I'm trying to have a discussion. I don't want this to just be me, but if you're asking me for a deposit rate, I would think that $100 would be fair. Just keeping in mind though, that's not gonna cover any damages.
Well, even if you do 150 to let them borrow it, it's not gonna cover it. Commissioner Noguera, they have the Bowman Field for 100. If something messes up, it's not gonna cover, nothing's gonna really cover it at $100.
Commissioner.
So it's just for purposes of having accountability. So you can do, for anybody that's nonprofit, $100 deposit, and then 150, if you're okay with that, to use the facilities. That's nonprofit.
So $100.
Deposit, 150 to use the facilities, because you have 3 fields as opposed to her, she only has 1 field. You see what I'm saying? And that's why they're charging 100. So if it's a nonprofit organization, do you want to do a $50 deposit and then charge $100 or $50 to use the 3 fields?
I think that we're gonna have to table it as far as nonprofit, and that's why I didn't include it, and I'll go back, because I think that if we charge like the $50, it's gonna be like $50 a day, $50 for a month, because we have leagues that.
But they're not nonprofit, Commissioner. Those leagues are for profit. They're not nonprofit.
Both of them, the
They're-
Winter League and the.
I mean, you can have her ask for proof, like the way Jasmine used to do, if they're a nonprofit or because if they can't show you paperwork that they're nonprofit, then you have to charge them at the regular rate. But if they bring you a document saying that they're a non-501c3, then she knows, Ms. Sabrina knows whether to charge them nonprofit or profit. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get where you're coming from. I think that whatever it is, just group it all together, so the 100.
So it's a $100 rental fee for anybody that's a nonprofit, and $150 for the usage to include the concession stand. So if you want nonprofit, it's a $50 deposit, and do you want $100 or $50 to use it per day?
I think that $150 is too little.
Okay, so then let's do, what's your recommendation?
Judge, I'm asking for the recommendation.
No, I'm asking you to give her, you can.
You're throwing it back on me.
Yes, I am, because it's your department, and have the recommendation, and then the court can approve that or not approving it.
On my end, I like to have the discussion with everybody that has a little bit more experience, because they've all changed rates before in these establishments, and I know that once you change the rate, it decreases the usage of the field as well. So trying to take that into consideration.
Well, I think, to be honest with you, $150 is extremely cheap. You go to Eagle Pass, you go to San Antonio,
That's what I'm asking.
you go to
What is your
Pearson.
recommendation? I feel like.
We fall in a bracket, Commissioner, I'll tell you what, I don't know your intentions. We want to make it suitable for the people here. This is where we fall into, and it happened here not too long ago, that individuals find out how cheap it is, and then they come in and try to make a business out of it, rent it from the county, and charge for everything and anything out there, and take home over $3,000 a night.
I think that's where I'm trying to have this discussion to see like where we're at. So like as far as y'all's recommendation and you that you do the league, what is your recommendation? Because yes, I do maintain the field, but I don't think that the field is entitled to just me. It's still something that belongs to the county and to the Commissioner's Court. So
I'm willing to have a discussion to take recommendations on what y'all feel is appropriate for those fields, as long as it includes the entire package and we're not separating them. Because I do think that $150 is pretty cheap.
So I think a reasonable would be like anywhere between 250 and 300.
I feel like that was a number that I was leaning towards a little bit, 300. But is that a?
That's for nonprofit, anybody that's nonprofit. If you're doing it for a nonprofit, that they can give Ms. Sabrina the paperwork that shows that they're a nonprofit organization, then the deposit is $50, and then I don't know what cost y'all wanna
For a nonprofit?
designate for.
Half 150? Can I ask them, like, what are we gonna do with these leagues that run it out for like continuous months at a time? Can we set rates for them, like if they have contracts with the county? Because it's still serving a public purpose because it involves the youth and the kids from the community. There's a winter league and then there's a fresh, homing league. Those are the only two leagues that I know that utilize those fields, like, for months at a time.
I think we can approve this, Commissioner, and then perhaps we go to the drawing table to go talk to other neighboring counties and see how they do it, because I agree with you in the extent that if we're charging for an agency that's not a nonprofit, just a regular for-profit, and you're charging $300, but for one-day usage, and they want to use it for the whole month, that's 30 days, that would be about $9,000, which is not very reasonable. So we can gather some information from adjoining counties as how they do it for their leagues, and maybe they give a certain amount or certain fee that they charge leagues for use it for like 60 days or 30-day package or whatnot.
So I did calculate, and I do know you say like we'll go back to the drawing board. I did calculate for last year, like how much it costed them during those months of usage. The light ended up coming out to about $2,700, give or take. The water was about another $25, give or take. But there was some leak issues at those facilities at that time. But just trying to give you a ballpark on what the county spent during those months when they are operating them. And you're saying that how much is it going to cost them if they do a daily rate? You said
About $9,000.
Yeah. So I think even if we did the.
And I can tell you right now that if we charge them $9,000, they're not going to use those facilities.
Yeah. So if you consider the light and the water bill, we spent probably close to like $5,500, no more than $6,000 on those facilities. So I would think like for a continuous leak of that, $1,000 a month. Unless y'all feel that that is still too high.
I don't think that your organizations are going to use it for $1,000 a month.
So then you maybe want to do $500 a month? For organizations?
For the Little League organization.
It's still serving a public purpose and it's still giving them to them.
$500. All in favor? Any opposition?
Give me the dollars and cents, please.
$100 deposit, $300 rental use per day for organizations, agencies, businesses that are not profit, Commissioner Noguera. If you are a nonprofit and show proof that you are a nonprofit, it's $50 deposit, $150 to use for the day. Anyone wanting to use it for like a monthly fee for your local Little League organization, it's a $100 deposit and a $500 monthly fee.
And this includes lights and positions then?
Correct.
Yes, it's a package deal.
Okay.
The motion of the second.
I have not entertained a motion yet. I asked for a motion. Is there a motion? I did say all in favor, but there was no motion.
Okay. I'm motion.
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes, second by Commissioner Urenda. All in favor? Any opposition?
The lights, right?
Correct. 3.32, discussion and appropriate action to approve a revised renters policy, park, road, and agreements.
So on this one, Judge, I'm a little bit iffy on it as well because there is no alcohol allowed on the concession stand. I mean, on the field. I don't have an issue whenever it becomes to the organizations. I do think that no alcohol should be included in that. But what do we do whenever somebody wants to come and rent it out for personal use or for whatever, like what Midnight Madness is or anything like that? I think that saying no alcohol use is just the sign that's there because they're still going to do it. I think that it would benefit us more if we put something in the policy that says that if there is going to be alcohol, then they're required to have the securities like every other establishment. And that was the only, other than that, that was the only part that for organizations, no alcohol use, but for anybody that's rented out for purposes, security is needed.
I know we had gone away with Midnight Madnesses, so we're going back to Midnight Madness. We did away with it because of all the incidents that happened.
I'm not too sure if what happened about taking them off or like if it's.
I think that the Midnight Madnesses, they were at some time ago, Commissioner Juan was here, they had discussed of no longer having the Midnight Madnesses. I think the Midnight Madnesses can be a benefit to the community in terms of people that are trying to do a fundraiser. But I think that we should incorporate a policy that requires there to be security. If there is going to be a Midnight Madness, because we all know that there is going to probably be alcohol involved, 1 and 2, something in the contract that incorporates that if there is a disruption, a violation of the law, or a fight, that organization or person will no longer be allowed to use the facilities ever again indefinitely.
That seems fair.
Because I think that the Midnight Madnesses, I know when Judge Esquivel was hosting his for softball for cancer awareness, I think that it was a really good thing, and you have people from, I think it also boosts economic development because you have people from Eagle Pass, from Uvalde, from Crystal City coming in and giving businesses to our local businesses with having those Midnight Madnesses, whether it's to go buy drinks or go eat food or whatever the case might be. And also these organizations that are trying to have these events, I think is beneficial for them. But I think there has to be some accountability in the sense that if there is going to be alcohol involved, we would prefer that there be no alcohol. But if regardless, I think that if it's an overnight event, that there be a requirement that there be security for overnight events. And if anyone, like I said, breaches the policy of the county, the rental contract, that there's fights or anything of that extent, that person can no longer rent out from the county.
Judge, ma'am, and then the security would be under whose license?
Whoever hires, whoever.
If they hire locals, who's?
It's like when they rent out the arena, Commissioner.
No, I understand because.
It has to be in the contract that has to be 2 certified security guards.
What I'm asking is, let's just say something ensues, right? And then the security step in and stop the incident, and then they claim just for say brutality and all that. Who's gonna get the litigation?
That's gonna be on the person that they hired as
So
the.
if it's, are they gonna provide their own license?
Yes, they have to provide their own security guard. We don't provide the security guard.
No, but they hire like our locals.
Yeah,
But they're under Dimmit County.
Well,
But we're not, I don't see them.
Whenever, like, let's say for instance, constable.
I'm just saying because.
No, I understand what you're saying, but like when we have constable, I'll use Constable Andy for example, because he does a lot of the security at the arena. When he's there on the behalf of his business as a security business, not as a county employee. So if there's an event that happens at the arena and a fight ensues and they want to sue the security guard for wrongful detention, or they want to sue the guard for police brutality or whatever, they're gonna have to sue Constable Andy on a personal basis. And that's why Constable Andy has to have some bond if he's gonna be, because he has people working for him, it's not just him.
Right, no, I understand. Thank you.
I would also say to the Commissioner, the facility does have security footage as well, security cameras. So is there a policy saying that there is no midnight madness?
There's no policy that says there's no minimum, it was just,
Policy, we can just agree.
It is.
There was so many incidents happening, that we just said no more midnight madness.
So I think
Sheriff
that-
Department had to be called out there several times.
3 times, 3 or 4 times. So I think the best way to go about it, Commissioner Talamontes, is perhaps maybe getting a policy in place for your parks, and incorporating what you think is just, and then bring it back to Commissioner's Court for approval.
So the entire parks, because I was just focusing on this part, because that's why I had.
I didn't know that you wanted it for the entire parks. I think if you're gonna want it for the entire parks, is maybe having a one-on-one discussion with each commissioner, or we can get a policy in place and then we can bring it to Commissioner's Court.
Because that's what I was saying, I did it when you said for your parks. I wasn't trying to include all the parks, I was just trying to include just this one park.
Okay, I'm reading it the way you put it on the agenda, and it says Rander's policy, park rules and agreement, so I don't know, it doesn't specify just one park. So when I read it, it reads the Rander's policy, park rules and agreements. But if you're just specifying for yours in particular, we can do that, just yours in particular. But I would,
I think you're so misunderstanding me. I'm not meaning all the parks, not even the parks that the other commissioners use. I'm not even talking about my other parks. We're not considering the Salgado Park.
I know what I'm saying, if you want just your park, which is Alanis Park, that's
Just
what I'm
one
saying.
park.
Correct,
Not all the parks.
correct, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you want just your park, draft up a policy that you want us to approve for your park, which is Alanis, and then bring it back so that we can approve. And then if you're asking for a policy for all the parks, then we'll have to incorporate that. But if you're wanting just the Alanis Park,
For this one.
correct.
Because I own other parks. But, so then on the, as well as the alcohol, then you want me to draft up a policy and then bring that
But
to court?
incorporate everything that you want on that policy for the Alanis in that one policy, and then we'll bring it back. You
Okay.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so then today we want to approve the alcohol then.
Yeah.
I just don't want people to see this and then to come back and then think like it's free, everybody, like, and it just starts going on. That's what I'm trying to just be clear on.
Now well, they can't say it's free if we don't approve anything. We are not approving anything today for usage of, looking at the camera, for usage of Alanis fields. There's not gonna be anything approved today, everything will still remain the same, in case somebody wants to come rent it out. Ms. Sabrina?
Okay. So
Thank you.
the rates are set, but the policy needs to be brought back.
Correct. So there is no action. 3.34, discussion appropriate action to request a copy and discussion of the Dimmit County proper outline of required approval time frame and review procedures for processing utility permits.
So Judge, I do know that we had a conversation up here prior pertaining to the utility department. And I just wanted to verify and ask on the record as far as what is the policy. No, I have this one.
Just keep 3.33.
I will go back to the Commissioner. We'll go ahead with 3.34. You put this item on because of what, excuse me?
The incident that we had pertaining to the Anderson Road, the last time that we had the conversation, it got heated, and I just wanted to be able to come back and have the conversation and calmly discuss what is it that we're to expect, because I do know that whenever me and Commissioner Udana were up here, we were arguing over a difference of 30 minutes or an hour, Commissioner? About an hour. And so that's where a lot of the hostility was coming from. So on his end, he thought he was completely right. On my end, I was like, no, this. But literally, we were arguing over a time frame of an hour difference. So I just took the opportunity to put it on the Commissioner's Court to ask for a proper outline of like what is to be done, because I do know that now he will be sending emails, correct? emails to alert us if there is any, and this is only for, not for the area, correct? Just whenever you're gonna do something to a road.
Whenever there's gonna be any type of construction or installation of lines or drive, anything having to do that may affect the road or your area in any shape or form. If there's any either commissioner's precinct, there'll be an email sent as soon as the request takes place.
Typically, how long does that take, Commissioner? Like, once they submit a request to your office?
When they put in the request, well, they'll come in and place a request to fill out and what I just passed out, Commissioner, just to let everybody know, is basically the information we gathered last week, to how this all came about, because this was already in place when the department was transferred over to my budget, basically, control. And I started wanting to figure out how this get established. It was established back about 25 years ago, actually, as per track. And I did reach out to TAC just to be clear on it. And TAC recommendation was that it's either a utility department or a water works department that establishes these permits for the county.
Yes.
And what they explained to us is that they've seen in the past where some counties try to do it different and it becomes inconsistent, and they feel that it is better to funnel it through one department. But this was established back about 25 years ago by the previous administration, still Judge Johnson. When he was judge, he established this, and then ever since then it's kind of followed through. The only real change that's ever taken place was back in August 16th of 2010, the fee for crossing a road went from $150 to $250. And it was approved by the then Commissioner's Court. As you'll see it in the second page. Other than that, the only discussions really when it comes to crossing the road, for example, we'll concentrate on that is do they need to bore, or do they need to, or can they dig through or excavate through the road? And it all depends on the commissioner. If the commissioner says, you know what, I don't want to dig, I don't want to trench across my road because I don't feel that I want to be repairing it, then the board will be the final outcome. But that was still required for.
Commissioner, would it be my, or would it be the utility department, or are you just referencing yourself, or you as a commissioner?
To do what?
To decide to bore or to excavate?
Well, if the company, let's just say a company comes in and they're requesting, most of the time to bore is because they want to cross the road. So at that point, a lot of times what happens, Commissioner, they'll come in and say, hey, we want to cross this water line, but your road's all caliche, can we excavate it? And at that point, it's really up to the commissioner to say yes or no. But if your road has been, let's just say you put limestone on it, even if it's not asphalt, but you just spend a bunch of money on limestone, and you want to say, no, you know what, it's in my precinct, I don't want to excavate, then they have to go through expenditure, which is roughly between $9,000 to $15,000 to bore. Versus excavating, you're probably looking at about $3,000 because they're just going to trench it, lay the pipe, and cover it.
So the only right that the commissioner has to any process of it would be whether to excavate, but if the customer decided to bore, then they would be able to bore without the approval of the commissioner?
At the time, if they submit the permit and meets all their specifications, which are kept-out specifications that they follow. Basically, specifications we're following on our county roads are those that are being followed on major roads like 85 to 77, 83. The depth, the angle of the bore, everything. So it's at that point, if you do have a concern as a commissioner, you bring it up at that point, and of course, being that it's your road, nothing will move forward unless you be in some shape or form under the understanding that it was something that was going to be okay for the future.
Okay, so because I know that we talked about boring the last time, and I know that we argued about, or we discussed about it altering the condition of the road, and we know that if the lines break and there's a water leak, at that
Bless you.
point, it would alter the condition of the road.
Correct.
So even if you were going to bore, it still needs my approval from now on?
Mm. If you're gonna excavate, you need to approve, but
But
not to bore.
Yeah, and to give an example, Commissioner, how this works, I'll give you a perfect example. We received a call 2 weeks ago of one of our county roads on 186 that is being flooded. Okay, we went out there to assess the situation, where all this water was coming from. It turned out to be a permit that TxDOT approved for a temporary water line along 186. But right there where that county road turns, a disconnect took place because a truck hit it, and they had a metal bridge. A truck hit it and it disconnected, and of course, we had all that water gushing. So, in a situation like that, you have the person that obtained the permit, they're responsible for
Or what happened?
Correct. That's the whole process of the permit. That somebody's got to be held accountable for any damages that adhere within if a situation does come about. So to answer your question, let's just say this board took place, like it did the other day. If in the future you found something, a deficiency because of the board, and you can clearly see it because of the board, there is a person, which is Mr. Hendrickson, that would be accountable for the repairs or for the maintenance of that area.
And typically, I know that you said that so is it like 24, 48, 72 hours? Because I know the time frame mattered on this last situation. So typically for the permit, is it 24, 48?
Well, it depends because they'll submit the permit, and that's the thing that a lot of times, I wish Melissa be here, she understands that part of the process a lot clearer. If they submit the permit, a lot of times they'll come in, they'll sketch out what they want to do, they'll have the permit, everything in writing, and then they'll pay and say, we'll let you know what the requirements that they notify our office 24 hours in advance. So that we can have an inspector go out there and properly perform his duties. I will tell you, there's been situations where they won't even notify us, and we end up finding out that they're out there, so we have to address it with the company. And warn them that if they ask for another permit, we're going to take that into consideration. It does happen, Commissioner, but the last scenario that you and I had the discussion, because of the training where I was at and all that, I wasn't connected to what was going on that morning when Melissa called me, is when I notified you, and because that's when they notified that they were going to take place that day. They should have notified us 24 hours in advance. We did that. And it created an issue for me.
When do you call 811?
Yes, they have to, we have to look at their.
She's asking, when do you call
We don't
811?
call, Commissioner, we don't call 811. The person responsible for calling 811 is the person who's going to be performing the excavation contract. We don't.
And do they provide you with ticket numbers?
Yes, they have to have a ticket number, what they call dig test, and that clears they have 48 hours of clearance.
Okay. So the customer is responsible for calling 811 48 hours before, and then they do give it to the county, right?
Correct.
How long do we hold on to that ticket?
It's good for a period of, depending on the area, it's good usually for 6 days.
But how long do we keep it on record or on file?
Or it should be.
Like indefinitely? Well, I do definitely appreciate you taking the time to explain it to me, so that way from this forward on, kind of know the policy and the pattern that we're going to follow.
Well, moving forward, Commissioner, I think that it's important that we, on my part, include everybody in an email format. That way, we have a better communication factor.
I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
So no action?
Well, he gave it to us.
No
No
action?
action, he just provided the information.
So no action has been done. 3.33, discussion and appropriate action to consider the partial closure of Pecan Street located just outside of Big Wells as condition of the road has been for 20 plus years, precinct 3.
I gave you guys pictures of this one. It's on the handout. So we have been working on opening up 2 roads in Big Wells. The only 2 roads that the county have is Jefferson Street and Pecan Street. If you kind of look at these maps a little bit, we actually had a light pole on Pecan Street that's blocking the road, which we are getting that taken care of and that moved. But if you go to the end of Pecan Street where it says Leon Street, all that has been closed, and basically like a resident has had their stuff there. It's been like that for I don't know how long. On the other side of Pecan Street too, if you cross the highway and you go in the opposite direction, once you get to Nebraska Street, that's pretty much the end of town. But the road continues to go all the way down. The other one on the other side of the highway where the resident is at isn't so much of a concern to me, but this one is because there are barricades at place there and it's in the middle of the road. And so we know that if there's an obstruction in the middle of the road, holds the county liable for that. But that road also leads into a huge ditch. So like if somebody were to go down there, the railroad track used to be down there, so they would fall into a huge manhole, or I don't know what it would be, the terminology to explain that big hole. But it has been like that. It's overgrown by brush. You can't get down there. There's actually a resident that lives right there, and once you get to the end of his backyard, there's no way, like between the brush and the debris and everything, to go back further. So I'm asking to close it up to Nebraska. I'm sorry, Arkansas.
Well, on here it says to consider the closure of Pecan Street,
Yeah, Pecan Street, that's Pecan Street.
so not Nebraska.
No, well, I'm stopping it at Nebraska, it adjacent to Nebraska. Yeah, you want to see that?
I was looking at it, I just want to make sure that we do it right, because if you're going to close, if you're going to close a road, the constituents need to have the proper notification.
This is where the resident goes, and then it's just up to right here, you see that opening right there? And that's as far as the road goes. After that, it's literally like trees and bushes and everything, you can't get down. So here,
Is this county or city?
this is county. The only two roads that the county owns and big ones is Jefferson and Pecan Street. Both of those are county roads.
So you want to close it where it leads to Nebraska?
So like if you look right here, so this is Pecan Street, on the other side is what we opened up already. You come down this side, once you get to right here, this is the end of the residence house. You can't go back here because there's barricades that have been placed down there, like cement barricades that have been dug in. Because if you go all the way down and don't have it on that map, that's where it leads into the railroad. And when it leads into the railroad, it's just a huge postal, yes, that's in there. So I want to close it just until where it meets with Nebraska Street, and then partially close the rest of
So
it.
is there any streets that will come back around?
No. Oh, it does.
Well, the reason I'm asking is for emergency vehicles. That's the, is there other roads that can come in? I can understand not being for 20 years, but
Yes, okay. I understand where you're coming from. So look, if you look, it does come all the way down, just to be honest, and it comes into a dead end to like where the water tower is. But there is nothing else out there either.
this is no road, or this is a.
That is the road, that is the county road, it's just overgrown and blocked by trees. Pecan Street. So the residence house ends right here on Nebraska Street,
Right.
and then it does continue to go down, and it connects over here to the end of town. But you can see clearly right here, you can't even see that there's a road there. And the reason that they did it again is because of the railroad track, and if anybody did drive down there, they were gonna hit that pole. Am I good? You need help?
No, I understand what it is.
So this is like where it does have Commissioner, I want to say, like, does it go all the way down? It does. It does meet in with the end of town.
Any other questions?
So you just want to close it, but it was to be a county road, right? You just want to close.
Yeah.
So there any people going in?
Yeah, because what I'm gonna do is, there's cement boulders that are there. There's no sign, there's no anything. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to go pull out the boulders and put a gate or something that's more visible on that road. And probably like a dead end, I guess, or something, so that they can't go back there. But I do know that we can't keep the boulders there because in training they did talk to us about that and said like if there was
And then you, for sure, in Pecan Street, because I know east of Pecan Street, it's city road.
Yes, but Pecan Street is a county road.
I know, but East Pecan Street is a city road.
They're saying that no, it's a county road. Even the city tells me it's a county road. The city won't touch either road on both sides, Pecan or Jefferson, because it is a county road. Now, if you're talking about like right after the road, is it, you're past the city limits. It's not a city road. You're past the city limits.
Are you sure, Commissioner? If I confirm?
Yes,
No,
ma'am.
yeah. Mayor Mayor Seth kind of went back on it, and he's saying that it's,
Because if you look at where the current city limit sign is, it's right past my dad's residence, which is
Pecan.
east of Pecan. You know, because Pecan's there, and then my dad's place, and that city limit sign is east of it. Because it's the last one.
it's the last one road, yes, because on the other side we opened it up. But
Right?
to the mayor and to me, and the mayor is saying that it's not the city road.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
The sign is east of Pecan, the city limit sign. Have you seen, right?
That's why I was questioning it, if it's county or city, because
It's within the city limit sign that's posted, currently posted.
Okay, I can go back and I can look at it, but again, as far as the mayor and we are concerned, they're saying that it's a county road.
the mayor has to, go before their council or something.
If he wants to.
And abandon it and ask the county if the county wants to acquire it.
I think
They
that's
cannot
where,
just close the road because.
Maybe that happened?
because that's where the mayor's family lives down Pecan. That's, we've had that whole area closed off and they don't have their homes over there.
I think we would just have to table this and go back to the Pickles and.
No, we can definitely table it to go back and to make sure.
And then if they abandon it, then it's gonna be, if Dimmit County doesn't accept it, whose road is gonna be?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So do you want to table this one to go,
I have a motion to table by Commissioner Alonso Carmona.
to go back?
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.35, discussion and appropriate action to formally clarify and take action on responsibilities of commissioner and county staff for precinct operations in relation to the South Texas Food Bank to include ordering process, communication procedures, and approval authority of distribution and guidelines to ensure transparency and compliance. Precinct 3.
So I did have a phone conversation with the food bank, and I know that was kind of up for discussion. It was a stressful month for the commodities department, and I never wanted to intend that the department isn't like communicating or anything like that. There's just a lot of things that we weren't sure on what could happen, what could not happen. So from what I understood and from what I took from the conversation and asking a few people, the direct contact between a commissioner and the South Texas Food Bank is allowed. I know that there was also a thing with social media posting. So social media posting is allowed as well to receive in anything as long as the South Texas Bank logo is included to give proper recognition. You shouldn't use your commissioner seals or logo, but you could use like precinct 3 and 6. That would be okay as far as that goes. So I just kind of took the phone conversation that we had, I kind of put it into email form, and they did say like the present at distribution is acceptable. However, I'm not supposed to wear any county badge, commissioner seal, or identifying official emblem while participating. So I'm able to volunteer just like any other person can go volunteer, because you can actually get volunteers to help with this distribution. So I can be considered as a volunteer just as anybody else, as long as I'm not formally presenting myself or wearing anything that says that I am the county commissioner. Also, not really a rule, but just to avoid refrain placing food in vehicles. So help in other ways, but don't physically go and give them the food directly from hand to hand. The phone conversation commission is allowed social media posting with as long as a thing and ordering process. So they did say that before commissioners would decide what they wanted to order. I know that there was an issue that had happened, and then that's whenever the commodities clerk was hired to kind of alleviate some of that that arose from that situation. Technically, they were still saying that like if commissioners wanted to order their own food, it is possible. I do understand where the clerk is coming from, where she's saying the reason that she does it is to try to eliminate from different areas receiving different items, and even though that that is a factor sometimes, and it does happen, I do think that the route that we are on is helping, and I think we can just go in the same direction. I've talked to her on concerns on like kind of what I want to order, and I think that she's going to be able to work with me as long as that's acceptable on that part.
She's always done what she needs to do. The reason they hired back then, Ms. Miranda, was because when the previous commissioner left, they took all the records, Judge, they took everything, there was no records of anything, and nothing of the commodities, so that put us in a bind. That's why they hired Maribel as the commodity clerk. And she's in charge of the audit, she's in charge of everything, she does the ordering, and yeah, she'll get with us or let us know if you want something different or they don't have it, they'll let you know. But other than that, I mean, I'm sure she communicates with all of us. And the issue with us being present, we stay away from that because they had told us last time that we couldn't be present.
Well, that's what Maribel said the last time.
There was issues before with previous commissioners, and then there was issues because other entities, not us, other different organizations were using it as political resources, or they were there and they thought that they were there politically and all that. But that's why we stay away from it. I'm not there present. I don't know about the other commissioners.
Nope.
I stay away from it.
So my whole thing is that yeah, no, exactly, and I'm going to. I'm just trying to choose my words very carefully because my goal is to not have an argument, but to have like a civilized discussion to like, let's get to the bottom of this. So what I was informed, and I will be honest with you, by the previous judge, is that the commissioner still stands on where the issue arises. And there was an issue because the food wasn't being used properly. So the complaint arose.
The previous judge told you this?
I went in to ask questions and I asked questions. So that was the thing that had happened, that the food was being misused. I asked if we were allowed to order our own food, and they said yes, that we should be allowed to order our own food because nobody can dictate what we do to our precinct in our area. As far as being able to serve them, that was what they had said, that the food was being misused. It wasn't that our present was being misused, it was that the food, there was an accusation of the food being misused. I think the same thing goes with Stan is who delivered the gift cards. If Maribel was with me at my precinct because she said that I couldn't distribute the gift cards and she was going to go do it after lunch, who distributed the gift cards?
Where?
And 4, 5, and 7.
Maribel was over there when she left your office? Distributing the commodity gift cards?
Maribel told me that she had to stay there and distribute the gift cards from my precinct because if there was any left, she had to take them back with her. And I asked her, and I said, well, Maribel, if you're over here distributing these over here, then who was distributing the ones in 4, 5, and 7? And she replied back to me, just like her said, she said, me and the commissioner are going to go do it after lunch and we're going to go house to house. So then that would include you in that process.
Why didn't go? But that meant my employees, because my Patsy's the one in charge. Just like you have Gracie in charge, it's Patsy. They're the ones that went to deliver the ones that didn't come.
But you're still not supposed to go to the houses and deliver items to their houses. They're supposed to come to you.
We deliver to certain people because they don't have vehicles and they're elderly. If you have a problem with us delivering to elderly, let me know and clarify right here.
I don't have a problem with you delivering to elderly because I understand
Those
that
are the ones we deliver to.
But
Well, that's what it says on this email, is that you can't be directly handing items to residents or placing food in vehicles. That's what you're saying?
yes, but my whole thing is like, if we're gonna go into the commodities thing and say, oh, commissioners are not allowed at whatsoever, then like, let's have the conversation first. Because again,
4, 5, and 7, and 3 and 6 both distribute at the same time, the same day and the same time. My vet had to stay with me while they were doing their distribution, and I asked her, and I said, well, if you're here, because my whole thing is like, I felt like if I was being checked on to make sure it was okay. Mind you, too, a lot of people got kicked off of our list as well for phone numbers and things like that. I do also cover precinct 6, and I did have people call for precinct 6. Precinct 6 is but I know, but I do cover precinct 6 as far as my constituents. I do answer the phone when people call me and we have conversations, and these people have already gotten familiar with me. So for certain little things, they will call me to ask me questions. So some of my people in precinct 6, and I do know that you don't do the food distribution in precinct 6 to clarify, I do know that it is them. But even they called me and they told me that they were missing a phone number, and I said, well, I'm so sorry you didn't receive anything. And they said, no, I got the gift card. But in Bigos, if you didn't have the phone number there, then you weren't receiving the gift card. Then I was having to come because I got donations of turkeys and hams, and then that was what I was able to place out. So that's what I'm saying, like, if we're gonna be fair, let's just be fair with it, because at the end of the day, we're helping everybody. But that's what I'm saying. It's not working out, it's not being fair. I just want it to be fair, because at the end of the day, it's the second thing that I get the most calls on is the food.
I've been here 11 years, and to me, I've never had a complaint up until now that you're saying this. We've all worked together, getting it done. I don't mess with the employees. They do what they have to do. Yes, I help them back, but that's about it. We back on Wednesdays, and they distribute on Thursdays. But like I said, if they deliver to the elderly, the ones that don't have a car and they don't have a means to get to the commodities. And I'm going to say we do deliver. I'm not going to say no. But there are only certain people that don't have vehicles that we have to deliver. We deliver to the elderly apartments. There's no need for us to deliver to them, but we deliver to the elderly apartments.
Judge, ma'am, for the record, I'm never there, never get involved on the zone stock on material, on the food supplies. But I've never been there. I don't direct to her or anybody who gets cards if they're missing numbers or anything. I have no communication with Ms. Miranda at all anytime the food bank that they distribute. I do not, hold on. I do serve precinct 6, or we serve precinct 6 because they come over here. So on whatever transpires between them, I have no idea what goes on. Very little I get complaints other than this lady stopped by and cuss at them and all this, but that's when I tell them to call the office. But for me to make decisions on who gets the commodity and who doesn't, I'm not involved. And I'm not even involved with the food bank. They just tell us what they're gonna give us, and that's it.
Making
So
it clear
I just
on
want
the
to be
record
clear
that
out
I
there
did not
because
deliver the gift cards. I'm making it clear right now.
I don't have no
I don't know
issue.
where you got it from or who told you, but whoever told you is lying, because I did not deliver gift cards. We delivered the Wellness Coalition, they delivered those too.
So I didn't say that you physically went to go deliver the gift cards. That's not what I said right now. I said that y'all guys went to go deliver, and you said that yes, they do deliver.
But you said that my vet told you that
yes,
me
my vet,
and her.
yes, she did. And that's a true statement, but if you're saying that that's it, it's beside the point. But my thing is that, okay, we're having clients drive up and clients that don't have vehicles, that have elderly in the back, and it was like, well, there was a 2 limit. There wouldn't be 3. And so at that point, it became an issue of my vet, because it was like, well, if there's 3 people, then you can't give it, you can only take for 2, after they've been waiting in line for so long. So you being able to deliver and you telling an elderly person that's bunking up with somebody else that they can't take 3 items is kind of the same thing. I mean, you're eliminating what they're able to do as far as getting a right to come. And that's what I'm saying. It's not fair. And I do want to work with y'all guys to be able to make sure that we can get this done. But you said that you never received any complaints, and you said that you received a ton of complaints the last time that we spoke about it. And then that's why you made sure that you never got things that weren't a complete package, because you didn't want to hear somebody else say that, oh, we received this and oh, we received that or whatever. And I told you that over there we appreciated it. So you said right now that you didn't receive complaints.
Let me get this straight with you. when I say that I don't order, or we don't get, like when I gave you that, when we gave you that pallet, it's the same thing we had with the cards this past week. I have 214 registered clients. I only got 110. We got so many complaints because not everybody got a card. I have 3 precincts. We have 10, we gave 10 to Catarinas, 50 to Carrizo Hill, and 50 to Ashton. Out of those 214, 100 people didn't get gift cards. And they were complaining, we had people cussing. We have people cussing over here at precinct 1 and 2 because they didn't get the gift cards. Or they were there in line for 2 hours and they didn't get a gift card. They didn't get their gift card. They didn't get gift cards either because they didn't have the phone numbers or they were not on the list as a community, as a commodity in this. They thought it was free for everybody. I mean, I'm sorry, that's not what it was.
That's not what it was, but I'm telling you, on our area, we had no phone numbers on some of them, and those people were being taken.
You were right there at the meeting when I went, you were there when they said we're changing it, now we have to require phone numbers. And the application, if you see the application, it didn't have phone numbers.
So I did call, whenever they did, there was a person, and I will agree with that, and that's what I'm saying. We do need to be able to have the uncomfortable conversations to fix it, because there's also issues that arise from the distribution of food. So people are waiting quite a bit of time, and I do think that if we work together on it, we can try to cut down some of that time and fix it a little bit better. My whole thing is that, and by saying too, I had the discussion, yeah, I went to go ask, how was it done before? How did y'all guys do it before? What was the process that you took and how did it go about? To try to understand why it was that they changed it and what they did. To me right now, I don't have any control over anything that's being picked or anything like that. So when they come and complain to me, I'm referring them to Maribel or to your office, and I'm like, hey, that's
not to that. Don't refer them to my office.
Well, I
have no control of what Maribel orders. That's why she's the clerk. She orders what she thinks is visible and good to order, or enough to order. We don't.
I think that's where the confusion is, Commissioner Delgado, because Maribel, the last time we were here, said that she orders based off what you give her the authority to base.
No, not what I give her the authority to base, because I didn't hear her say that when she was here.
Yeah.
She said she does the ordering, and she email us or call us if there is not enough food to give.
Because when, and I would say,
And I want to say, I'm not her, I'm her supervisor as the secretary, not, but I'm not the one supervising the commodity. She's the commodity supervisor. Not me, not you, not Urenda, not Commissioner Carmona. We're not. It's her. She does the ordering, she does what she needs to do and all that. We're just sitting here,
but
we just
she's
sit
saying that she
here.
does it based on what you tell her to.
No, but I say if we don't have enough to give us, she'll call you or call us. I don't know if she calls Gracie and let her know.
She's been emailing, that's what I'm saying.
Letting her know if there's no food.
Yeah, the communication has that up, but there's a lot, and I will give you this, I will say that I do know that rules can change, and especially with the food bank. It's another board, and things can change from one year to the next year, whatever they
From
think.
one day to the next, because we were there in that meeting.
And I understand that, and I get that. But my whole thing is, again, you're saying that if they didn't have a phone number in Freesville, but that I had people calling me that live in Greenwich because they pick up in Freesville, and they're telling me, no, yeah, we got the card, we just need to give you the number because the number wasn't on file, and I'm picking up for so-and-so because so-and-so has dementia, and that's why I'm picking up. And I'm like, well, I'm so sorry you didn't receive the gift card, you didn't receive anything. And they're like, no, we got the gift card, but in Big Ones, they weren't getting.
And I think also,
I wasn't there and I'm not here to carry.
I think also, Commissioner Delgado,
I respected you and your employee to not try to overstep, and the day that I was there as a volunteer. So yes, I was helping, and I was going back to my vet to tell me how much of what, this and this and this, and then I was following. I will say tension ran between Gracie and Maribel a little bit high because it was confusing. A lot of people that were on the list, a lot of people that are in dialysis, and I know they were saying like the old people. We had a lot of people that had gone every single month after month, and just because there was no phone number, they weren't going to receive.
That's not what it is. That's not the reason why. The problem is over there at the food bank.
but I think also, Commissioner Talamantes, an issue that I see here, and correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned right now that you had a conversation with the old Judge Frank Ponce, and I understand, but what I'm saying is that you're getting his advice and his opinion of how it was done before, and he's telling you that back then, the commissioners got to choose the food that they wanted, because that's what you just said right now. So if he's telling you, the old Judge Frank Ponce is telling you the commissioners got to choose their food, I think that's where your position's coming, that you should be able to choose your own food. But Commissioner Ocala was saying that it's always been Maribel who chooses the food, so has it always been Maribel choosing the food? Or was it the commissioners that get to choose the food? Because if Frank Ponce is telling you that the commissioners got to choose the food, I understand where you're coming from, like, you want to choose the food, because apparently that's how they used to do it. So, I mean, it's either you go off of what Frank Ponce is saying, or you go off of what we do now, and what we're doing now is apparently Maribel is the one that orders it. And so if you want that to change, then we need to get with the food bank and find out from the food bank if you're allowed to, because Judge Frank Ponce said that you were allowed to. Oh, so the food bank says here you can order? So then you're asking this court to allow you to order?
I don't want to break this apart. That is not my goal and that is not my intention. I don't want to sit here and say, I don't want Maribel to order my food.
Well, I just feel like if we're going to the old Judge Ponce and ask them how it was done.
That's where you got stuck on, because you got offended because of that.
But I'm not getting offended, because the thing is that, Commissioner, is that if you don't want to fix anything, then why are we having this conversation?
Allow me to finish that. You understand what my request is?
Mhm.
Okay, so the reason to going to him is I wanted to know why it changed and how it changed. What was it before and why did it not work before? So previously to Maribel being here, the commissioners were in charge of ordering their own food and distributing, and that's when they started to build the commodities room and everything, and then they started to set things in place of how it was supposed to be. So that was the initial point of the conversation. That's all that was to say, before, commissioners used to do it for their own precincts, but there was an issue that arose. And when that issue arose, that the commissioners court as a whole decided to hire Maribel and to say, you know what, as commissioners, hold back a little bit and allow Maribel to do the processing, which is exactly what you're saying right now. Maribel is the one that's supposed to be ordering, Maribel is the one that's supposed to be doing this, and that's exactly what he said. He said, so when X, Y, and Z didn't plan out for us, we went and got
Make sure that the what we've been doing, the ordering and all that.
I don't
letting you know,
order.
well, she lets Gracie know. I don't know what your
She
secretary is
gets
telling you, but she does let her know.
She gives us what she's already ordered.
So what do you want now? You want to do your own ordering?
I
Is that what you want to do?
I want Maribel to give me the option to
Because
pick.
to me, it seems like, I mean, I don't know. I'm just one vote here. This is the reason why we stay out of it.
But you don't stay out of it.
I stay out of it.
No, all the way completely.
Yes, I do. You say it right now. We're right here.
You don't stay completely out of it.
I want you to tell me right now.
You don't stay completely out of it because you still do the delivering process.
We do the delivering. I'm not gonna lie. I already said it in Commissioner's
I know,
Court.
but it's still a rule from the food bank that you're not supposed to do, so why is it okay for you to break that one rule, but I can't
If
break
you
the
don't,
other
that's
rule?
what I'm telling you.
But I
If you don't
can't
want us to
order.
do it, we won't. From now on, we're not gonna deliver anymore. As for Commissioner Talamantes, we're not delivering to the elderlies. We're not. What do you want?
And if you want Maribel to send you the list to order, then she can send you the list to order.
And that's all I want. I didn't say anything about her not being able to deliver to the
No,
elderly.
you just said it.
I told you that it's not fair for you to break the rules and for all of us to
Well,
fall
you
by
can deliver
them.
if you want.
No, okay.
Yes, you can.
But you said the last time that we couldn't, you said that we couldn't get involved and we couldn't.
We
do
don't
it.
get involved. We just deliver. My employees deliver. I don't.
We're gonna go ahead and approve to allow Commissioner Talamantes to be part of the discussion in ordering the food for her precincts,
And no deliveries.
and no deliveries from any of the commissioners unless abiding by the rules of the South Texas Bank.
Judge, I don't want to say something. I mean, can I get something?
No, we're gonna.
Go for it. At this point, I don't feel like the conversation is gonna get anywhere because we didn't resolve what we wanted to, but.
How come I can't?
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
No.
I'm not getting worked up, I'm just trying to move along because we're going
I don't care
off
about,
and
I'll stay
nothing's
here all
being
night,
resolved.
I'll stay here all night, Judge. I just need to get things.
Okay, but I'm doing the order in the court here, and we're not gonna stay here all night to discuss an item that's not gonna go nowhere, so go ahead.
You've been talking about time frame.
Yes, because we gotta get
resolving issues.
Oh, definitely, we have to resolve issues, but we're not gonna resolve issues if we're going in a circle. Go ahead, I said.
Because then, now you're
Go
going to
ahead.
spend 30 minutes arguing.
Yes, we are. Yes,
Look,
we are.
I'm gonna say something. This situation with the food is a very touchy situation. And I feel that we really need to focus on the people we're serving, especially
Exactly.
that elderly.
Exactly.
And I understand we're not gonna agree just because we don't agree. We cannot shut down what we're doing for the people that really need it. I personally, we all have our own opinion. I personally I stay out of it because it is a touchy situation. I mean, and there's times when things get crossways, miscommunication. This past week, people thought they were freebies, so everybody was lining up, and it wasn't the fact. The fact was it was for the people that were registered. That in itself creates conflict and creates people calling me. When they call me, I direct them to Ms. Maribel, and she addresses the situations. I try to stay as clear as I can because I don't want to, in any shape or form, affect. And then it's going to cost us more when they end up shutting us down because we can't agree. So please, let's just focus on what's best for the people. We don't have to get mad or upset. Let's just gain our composure and think what's best for the people. That's all I just wanted to say. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome,
That's
Commissioner.
what we've been doing. We've been trying to work for our constituents and the elderlies. And I know you keep nodding your head, but I'm sorry.
I'm not nodding my head, I'm just saying that
I mean, if
you
there's
justify you
there's an
bending the
issue-
rules, but you'll sit here and you'll say, oh, no, this and that, and Maribel sings a different tune, it's a different tune. And at the end of the day, I am heartfelt that this conversation didn't go anywhere, because I really do feel that if me and you work together,
I
we
feel
can
that
get a lot done.
now my constituents, these elderlies that live there won't get their food delivered. And it's gonna affect a lot of people, not just one, because I have 214 constituents that pick up. And we deliver it to more than 30,
So did you
35.
always know that that wasn't an acceptable rule for the food bank?
They don't have a vehicle. I'm here to serve my constituents.
Okay.
I'm gonna do
But
what
did
we
you
can.
know that it was not an acceptable rule by the food bank? You
Yes.
always knew that it was an
Yes.
acceptable rule by the food bank?
But I'm gonna serve my constituents.
And I
I'm
can-
here to
you know
serve a
what?
purpose.
And I can respect that wholeheartedly. I can respect that. Do what you want to do. But at the end of the day, don't send your influence to my department and tell me what I am going to do and what I'm not going to do.
You do whatever you
Because
want.
at the end of the day, sitting there and saying, oh, I'm going to wait to see if you don't pass out all 50 gift cards to Big Boss because I'm going to take it back to Commissioner so she can pass it over there. No. Why do your people
She
matter
even
more than
asked
my
me
people?
for the two that we didn't give out or deliver, the two that didn't pick up.
Commissioner Talamontes, is your motion to allow you to be included in the ordering process?
I would like to be included in the ordering process with Maribel. Other than that, nothing else will change. And if you want to not deliver to your elderly, that is entirely up to you.
No, that's
But
what you
I
said.
would
You made
say,
it a point.
So,
I made it a fact that that's what you do because you sit
Yes.
there and you'll
I
say
make it
for
a
all
fact,
of
and I
us
already
not
told
to
it
break
in
the
Commissioner's
rules.
Court and in the camera that I deliver, my employees deliver to the elderly that do not have vehicle or do not have the means to pick up.
So then
We
you also
deliver.
admit that there's different food that's ordered sometimes for different areas?
Commissioner,
Because the last time that you said that wasn't, that you called me a liar because you said that it wasn't different and I told you that yes it was. And I also told you that I could bring clients with us so that it can verify that it's different.
Which it's the same food. The only different food that is being ordered differently is for precinct 1 and 2 because there are more constituents registered in that precinct.
So
She
that is
doesn't-
the first
she
thing
doesn't-
that
she
she
doesn't-
that is the first
she
thing that
doesn't-
she said the last
She
time.
doesn't have enough.
we're gonna.
No, I'm gonna
Hold on,
explain this
hold on,
because
we're
she
gonna
brought it
finish.
up. I'm gonna tell her.
Okay, go for it.
Because there's not enough funding for me, for him, or those two commissioners to order enough because they have 300 people. You have 80 something, I have 214. We can order enough for us, but the let's say for instance chicken, there's sometimes not enough for them or the funding is not there. Either we increase the funding so they can have enough to purchase, if not, that's where they get different stuff, or the chicken.
And that's okay, but it meant that when we were having the discussion, when we were up here, you said that
No,
that nobody
Commissioner,
did
I-
see differently.
I
And I
told
said,
you-
yes it did, and I
I
said,
told you that
no, and I
several
said,
occasions.
Mr. Ronda, allow me to finish the same way that I allowed you to finish. And then that's when I said, Maribel, you said that sometimes there wasn't enough. You said it, Maribel said, I do not recall. Do you not remember whenever that was a discussion, when they were saying that everything was the same? And she said, I do not recall. If the court does not remember, whenever I pointed out, she said, I do not recall that if there's anything different. You're just saying right now that because of funding issues, it is different, and that's okay. But be transparent and have the
I'm
conversation.
as much as
rather-
transparent as
rather
I
than
can, and
saying-
if you want, you can go back to the logs and you'll see that everything is ordered the same, except in times, because they'll call you or they'll call Gracie to let her know.
No, they don't.
Or they'll call Gracie to let her know, hey, we don't have enough of this, but we're gonna
They
give
call
this.
Maribel, they don't call Gracie.
They call, yeah, it's Gracie.
Yes, and then they tell her that, and then it goes from there. But
We're, Mr. Hawkins, go ahead. I'm gonna take the action. I have a motion by Commissioner Talamontes, and is there a second?
What was the motion?
The motion is to allow Commissioner Talamantes to be part of the ordering process for the food.
What about the delivery?
And no delivering, moving forward, there will be no delivering by the commissioners or the judge. I don't do it. Don't mind doing that. Is there a second? There's no second?
You guys are so concerned with getting kicked out of the food bank and not being able to provide this service for the community, but what you don't realize is it just came out on open camera and record, that if you don't take action to get it, you're gonna jeopardize our position with the food bank. So I think that you should be loyal to your seat rather than an individual at the situation.
And maybe we're gonna make another motion.
I'm gonna
To jump into conclusions.
I'm gonna go ahead and second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition?
Aye.
We have one
Aye.
opposition, two
You just said that you
oppositions.
weren't gonna order, you weren't gonna do it, and now you're opposing to it?
There's two oppositions, this is Commissioner Alonso
It's two
Carmona,
different things,
Commissioner
Commissioner.
Talamantes.
I don't have a problem with you looking at the list or, I don't have no control over it. That's the food bank and Maribel. I have no control over it.
I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with
Motion
is
for
saying
the
here
motion.
that you were gonna deliver to the elderly based on Commissioner Talamantes. I don't like that you put that on me, but you know what, I will take
But
it.
you know what? I'll tell you.
I'll take it.
If I said it or not, but I didn't say it.
Next one, 3.36. Commissioner, we're gonna move on, Commissioner. 3.36, discussion and appropriate action to consider the creation of a Dimmit County Animal Control Pound to support the countywide increasing stray animal concerns for public safety. Discuss possible potential location and staffing and funding requirements and sources. Precinct 3.
So Judge, this one I placed it on the agenda item as well because I think it was about time that we started having this discussion between an animal shelter or a pound. I do think like a lot of the entities or the cities around us are trying to spark something, but I do think that they're missing like the main component when moving forward with this. A pound and a foster are two different things.
So Commissioner Talamantes, just for a refresher, this was an item that I had requested when I first came into office, because I do believe that there's an issue obviously with animals throughout the entire county. And this was something that I wanted to implement in the county. I will assert to you that I got with Selena, who's on my team for grants and planning, to find grants so that we could utilize funding that the county didn't have to use. One of the issues, and we can continue to have the conversation, but one of the issues that we run into is that when you're going to run a county-funded animal shelter or animal control pound, there's a lot of certifications that need to be had. There's a lot of procedures that need to be followed because of the whole animal issue with PETA and all that other stuff. So that was something that we were running into. Of course, the location, the funding. As you are aware, we've already passed our budget for this new year. So I think it's really good food for thought for us to get everything squared away, maybe the next budget, so that we have the funds or know where to allocate the funds for budgeting purposes, for staffing and whatnot. But I think it's a conversation that we can continue having with Selena, because there is a lot. Like I said, when I came in 2023, this was one of the items that I wanted to put on the court so we can have those discussions. I think it's important that we do have some kind of I've had, I think my first year in office, I can tell you, I think a couple months into it, I don't remember if the sheriff or chief Zenny Settles recalls, but I mean, I even got threats to my family and my children because there was a dead animal in Catarina, and we weren't doing anything about it, so it was the judge's fault. So I got threats to my family and to my life, and it's not that we don't want to do anything about it. We want to be proactive because there is an issue. It's a concern, but when we started divulging into it, we had to, there's certifications that we have to get. We have to bond the animal shelter. There's a lot of things that go into play when doing this, one, and then two, obviously the fact that the time where we're at in time, having those conversations about where we allocate funds for staffing, for either buying a location or having a location and fixing up the location. I think it's good food for thought, but I just wanted to tell you because it was something that we did already. Yes, it was something that we already looked into it. But we can, like I said, gather our thoughts and get with Selena and have more thorough discussion on what else we need to do, and then bring it back to the table. But I did want to tell you that because it was something that was put in place, yes.
I think we've even put it sometime back where we asked if we could compromise with the city or get with the city if the city could assist us, because I know we have a lot of issues in Carrizo.
But as I'm
That's
saying,
where the main
because
issues are
even
coming.
in Asherton, I know that the shelter that's up there, they were asking us as well for assistance on that topic. And it's the second thing that I get the most complaints about, and it's a safety concern. Like, I'll have people call me and say they can't get down the road because it's a pack of dogs. I have elderly that call, they say that they don't have any fencing around their house and they can't safely go outside because, you know, the stray animals are in the area. So I do think that it's posing a real safety concern to the community. And I think that would be a good idea. I didn't know that there was a discussion already had taken place with the city of Carrizo and with the other people, but
I
it,
don't think it ever went anywhere.
No, it didn't go anywhere.
It didn't go anywhere because, and of course, we don't have a local agreement with the
yeah.
city as well.
Because I'm just saying, like, I do think that the county can serve as a backbone for the process of allowing these other shelters to run. Because again, a pound and the shelter is two different things. In the pound, you do hold them for a certain amount of hours, and then from the pound, then they get to go into the shelter. The shelter, they do get to stay there if they get adopted out, if the shelter does take them. But I have kind of looked into, like, Uvalde has a pretty good system set in place where it's a pound and a shelter. So they're able to kind of like put down animals that pose threats, things like that. But if they feel that the animal has a chance, then they can transition them to the shelter. And it works really similar to the CSI Nutrition Center, how like we fund it, we have the place and everything, but they get grants and other things to help them continue going. That's a similar pattern that they have and involve it with the pounds. But we can, Judge, we can get with Selena later on and maybe we can ask some questions, just because I do think that the county can serve as a great backbone to make sure that not only, you know, Carrizo gets something, because I know that Carrizo's trying to start up something, but Asherton as well. It's not big enough to get anything in Big Wells, but of course our shelter would kind of cover that area too, because it'd be the whole county.
Back then, we had the dog catcher, but
Yes.
it's just, when Gloria, unfortunately.
Yeah, she passed away.
We didn't get anybody to get licensed, because you have to be licensed for the.
Yes, that's what I was saying. You have that.
But there is a line item for
Yeah, she passed away
for
a couple years ago.
There's not
Yes,
one?
Gloria.
Okay.
Yes.
So then we would need like the line item for it and then go from there. Okay. Is there anything else, like, as far as the county?
Gloria was, not Olga Trujillo.
Correct.
We got the name mixed up.
Anyways, okay, Commissioner.
But I just wanted to ask, like, on our end, is there anything else that we should look out for, as far as funding?
We will discuss it with
Okay.
no action. 3.37, discussion and appropriate action approval for roadside road mailboxes on farm roads and county roads precinct 4.
No action, Judge,
No
very
action.
full to Attorney Franklin.
Thank you, Commissioner. 4.1, discussion and appropriate action approval for Huerta painting and construction to do additional work required for dispatch modeling. This item's on here. It is a change order from the original amount that was set, and that is to do some baseboards and tile, is that correct, Sheriff?
That's correct, Judge, to replace the tile, we hadn't included that on the original estimate we got.
It's 4,200?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Carmona. Thank you very much. Motion carries. 4.2, discussion and appropriate action approval to purchase weapons from the Ranger Firearms Inc. for Dimmit County Sheriff's Office. Is this a buy board, Sheriff?
I'm not sure on that, I need to check. I know the county has purchased weapons from them before, but one of the constables purchased some weapons with them. I'm not sure they're buy board, I didn't get that information. I can find out, or we can table it and I can find out.
If you don't mind, please, just
Yeah,
because of the amount. Thank you,
Yeah.
Sheriff.
Motion to table.
Motion to table by Commissioner Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 4.3, discussion and appropriate action approval to purchase 19 outer vests from Top Brass and Tactical under Grant 5555901.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 4.4, discussion and appropriate action approval for Deputy Cesar Martinez to attend the K-9 Refresher Course Annual Recertification, December 1st through 12th in Livonia, Texas.
So moved.
It's for annual recertification also, Judge, on his K-9.
And he would be staying in Laverne for 12 days?
That's correct.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 4.5, discussion and appropriate action. Approval for Deputy Robert Ibarra to attend the tactical vehicle operations and surveillance techniques on December 8th through the 12th in Cedar Park.
So,
Motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Discussion and appropriate action. Approval for Xerox proposal for County of Dimmit booking leasing price 60 month to 80, includes all service parts and consumable products. This is just for the sheriff's office, Sheriff?
That's correct.
Motion to approve.
Do we need to look at that contract, Mr. Pereira? The contract, do you have that? Sheriff, the contract for it?
This would be for the jail.
We don't have the contract.
is it a
Ms.
renewal
Montes.
or?
Yeah, I need
It's a
to,
renewal.
I need to look at the contract to make sure we're good. Yeah, just in case something changed. Thank you for reminding me. I don't have the contract, Ms. Montes, so I'm gonna motion to table.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 4.7, discussion and appropriate action. Approval for Admin Montes, Captain George Alvarado, and Sergeant Joe Arambula to attend the 12th Annual Mental Health Conference December 1st through the 4th in San Marcos. Can I see that? Thank you. Any questions?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Urenda.
What did I say?
I have all in favor,
Aye.
one abstention, Commissioner Talamantes. 4.8, jail status.
4.7.
Yes, Commissioner, we tabled 4.6, but I might, okay, I'm just looking at this item, but we're on 4.8, the jail status. It's not the contract, Commissioner. It's just the flyer. Well, I need to get the contract, actual contract so we can sign it. Questions of Admin Montes for the jail status?
Excuse me, Judge, you already advised to give me another contract?
A contract, because that one's just like the proposal, the actual contract that shows, because it's a 60-month, which is 5 years, so we need to just look at the legalities of it.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
And you might want to check because that proposal date is from October, so I don't know if they changed, that's what Commissioner Carmona was asking too, because that proposal's from October. So I don't know if they changed the price, maybe they can give you a better price.
Okay.
Any questions of the jail?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Status report for utility department? No, we didn't get a copy of it. We didn't get it right now.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I got two, Mr.
So two.
Questions of the status report for utility department? If there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
And
Question.
Yes.
On Katarina,
Mhm.
we were we're working on some of the roads. We picked up water from the fire hydrants. The fire hydrants belong to us, right?
Yes, they do. You guys are a collective owner of all of our water systems.
Just as long as we keep track or record of how many gallons we get and all that.
You could if you want, but,
There's a monitoring.
but yeah, you don't have to.
Okay.
As long as it's used, I guess, like, for, like, you guys are watering your streets as you're rolling and stuff.
We had an incident with one of the constituents, so I just want to make sure that we're allowed to
Is
get
that why
water.
you're getting water at the arena?
Huh?
Is that why your guys are getting water at the arena?
I just wanted to stay away from that before. I said, I'll ask Commissioner Court.
I know it's.
You had to give the report to make sure.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Financial 6.1, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from County Treasurer, Mr. Oscar Ortiz for the month of October 2025. Thank you. Questions of Mr. Ortiz?
What am I looking
Give him his.
No.
Next one, I'll just stay at the office. You can call me.
No, we're good. Motion to approve.
Have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona, second by Commissioner Uranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 6.2, discussion. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. 6.2, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from the county auditor, Mr. Carlos Pereira, for the month of October 2025.
For the revenues for October, we had a total of $2,983,473. And for expenditures in October, we had $1,893,178, which makes it revenues over expenditures of $1,090,295.
Oh, and Mr. Ortiz out. Well, Mr. Ortiz, is he still here?
Yes.
She has a question, but I'll recall your item. Any questions for Mr. Pereira? If there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Uranda,
Second.
second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 6.1, I have a motion by Commissioner Talamontes to reopen 6.1. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Commissioner Uranda.
Commissioner Odena, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition?
The total debt owed to Dimmit County, 409, is that the employees that owe for the reconciliation?
Yes. That's from the last travel report I had.
Okay, and that's basically, because I saw that it was such a low number.
Mhm.
That's why I was like, okay,
Yes.
okay. The reconciliation, so the travel, like the what we owe, that's what's owed to the county as far as that. That's all we're doing.
I know that I do have one, and I'll take care of it soon.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, any other questions? 6.3, discussion and appropriate action, budget adjustment, number 4, between the sheriff's office. And that is asking for a budget adjustment for $40,000 from the ammunition line item to special equipment to cover the purchases of new weapons.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Claim docket. General Fund, $1,895,284.86. Dimmitt County Airport, $3,219.90. Dimmitt County Golf Course, $48,775.96. Library Fund, $152. Courthouse Security, $6,026.69. Records Management, $1,558.82. Utilities, $71,651.49. Rodeo Arena, $50.75. Stone Garden, $45,670.90. Operation Lone Star, $34,007.84. Dimmitt County Payroll, $514,128.88. Tax Note Series 23, $5,194.96. Tax Note Series 24, $6,790.95. COs 21, $2,400. COs 22, $251,253.54. SB 22, $14,928.40 for a grand total of $2,901.34. $2,901,034.94. Now I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. I'll entertain a motion to.
I have an item. We found the two trucks that Commissioner Carmona had purchased, but they were in 23. And your staff picked up the insurances so that we still have them.
Okay, well, hold on. We picked up the
Mr. Mayor,
insurances.
yeah, we have to have proper courtroom decorum, so we're gotta go back to open that item. On the claim docket, Commissioner Noguera. Commissioner Talamantes, you were approved to purchase those two trucks. Do you still want to open that item? Or just have a discussion with him so he can give you where those items are? And if you still can't find them, you can bring them to Commissioner's Court.
They were purchased in 2023, you said?
Mm-hmm.
If I open back up, it keeps the voting back. No, just open it back up. I'd rather have a discussion and it be transparent. Just open the discussion back up, please.
But you needed to discuss what? Because you already got approved to purchase them.
Because if it was in 2023, 2024, and he's saying that we picked up the insurance card, I was just gonna make a statement to say, we didn't have all the insurance card for all the vehicles because it was still that point. So we picked up basically a whole stack of insurance card. It's not necessary to say that the vehicle is there. So I do not want him to say that I picked up the insurance card and that the vehicle is there when we picked up a stack of insurance card.
See, they won't let my office do that over there. That's crazy, because we cannot go pick up cars like that. We have to take one card per truck and switch it out.
Well, see, they did ask me to do that, but we didn't have that.
Before we, hold on, we need to open up.
So are we gonna have this discussion about who gets to pick up cards and who doesn't get to pick up cards?
We need to open back up.
I'm willing to have the discussion.
Motion to open it.
I have a motion to open 3.27.
Second.
And just for the record, we have to be very careful when we open up discussion for items that are not put on the agenda. As you can recall, Commissioner Noguera, remember that you also reiterated to me about us going into discussions that are not on the agenda because of the fact that there's not proper notice to the community, and that's something that Commissioner Mr. Gonzalez also brought up. So
No, then we'll say, I mean, we'll
So
put it on the next agenda item.
you can't even discuss this thing, because.
that's exactly why.
We'll have the discuss, we'll put it on the next
It should
agenda.
go
We'll
on
have
the
the
agenda,
discussion.
how none of you all, I mean, because none of us, to be quite frank with you, are allowed to do what you were able to do.
What do you mean?
Like, that you got all the pack of cards, insurance or whatever.
Yeah, because they did ask me, to be fair and transparent, they did ask me, bring in the old insurance card, we'll give you the other ones. The only part is we couldn't find the old insurance cards.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I entertain a motion to recess and adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. The regular meeting has adjourned, and I will open up the public facilities meeting called to order. The time is 2:14. Let the record reflect that we do have a quorum and that all parties are present. 1.3, approval of minutes of October 14th, 2025.
Subject to any corrections
I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera,
It should be November 10th. The minutes are from
the agenda says October 14th.
Should have been November.
But the minutes are
November.
Because all the October minutes
Subject to no corrections, there is a correction, Commissioner Noguera. The agenda should say November. Did you want to still have your motion?
Yes, change it to November 10th.
Thank you, Commissioner Noguera. November 10th, second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 2.1, new business.
Judge, we recently got a new AC technician in there. We shied away from training for a little bit just because we were having issues with one of the units that needed to be in compliance. So we initially made that transition. Service is faster, and so we're grateful for that, and hopefully we'll get to some resolution of all the ACs being up and operational at 100%.
Thank you. Any questions? I'll entertain a motion to accept Commissioner Talamantes' report.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Odena. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 2.2, discussion and appropriate action, update on Border Patrol lease agreement from judge and auditor.
So the auditor just informed me before the meeting that I guess you're still in a preliminary.
Yes, with Mr. Donato and Border Patrol at headquarters. So we're hoping we can get that squared away. I do want to make a clarification for you that a lot of the, not necessarily negotiations, but the discussions halted because of the federal shutdown. So we weren't allowed to have pretty much many conversations with the federal attorneys and their individuals who work with Mr. Donato. We have called his offices, Donato's office, who is the attorney for the county that represents us in the Border Patrol lease agreement. So I'm hoping to get an answer back. He was out for some time, if I'm not mistaken, right, Mr. Pereira, Mr. Donato? So hopefully we can get an answer back from his office, but as soon as we do, we'll get that to you guys.
Yeah, I'm just trying to check on that because like I told Mr. Pereira, it's coming up on a year without the contract, and I don't want it to make it seem like if I just didn't take any initiative or wasn't asking or trying to.
It's not by any means, let's put it on the record, it's not by any means your wrongdoing. It's quite frankly a matter of the attorneys getting together to approve a draft that sounds reasonably sound for both parties, given the fact that there was a federal shutdown. Mr. Billings, as a matter of fact, also reached out and said that the Border Patrol had to fall back a little bit while that was going on. So quite frankly, we're kind of at the helm of waiting for the attorneys to give us an answer. But I do want to make it clear on the record to you, to the Commissioner's Court, and to anyone that's going to watch this video or constituents that it's of no fault that you're not doing your job. It's just we have to wait on other people for the agreement.
And actually, the attorney basically had come up with a lease about a year ago, but the INS actually came back with new guidelines, and so they had to start over again, and that's what they're coming up to the final review right now. So hopefully that gets resolved soon.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
No action. 3.1, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from financial.
So we had revenues of $234,000 and expenditures of $80,000 for the Border Patrol Department.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Odena.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.2, claim docket, public safety, $10,629.49. Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona, second by Commissioner Lucava. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. I entertain a motion to recess and adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. This meeting has been